Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Vote.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? It's not going to stop.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome one and all to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular, of course.
Hello.
How is everybody doing tonight? Great to see you all here. Sorry, a little bit of a late start. Had to reboot Russ's computer over there in the great, lovely country of Laos, which is where Russ is broadcasting from this evening.
That's classified.
That's right. That's right. Well, we are.
Dissidents has no official presence in Laos.
That's right.
That's right. I'm not aware of any such mission.
Yeah.
Nor would I be disposed to discuss such a mission if one did in fact exist.
Well, you can find out all about Russ's missions at Russ on the Road NYC on YouTube, because it's no secret there. A lot of video, a lot of photos. No videos yet, but some photos.
That's where we put the cover story.
Exactly. Well, we got 1,606 in the YouTube room. Big crowd in here to start the show tonight. 582 strong over on Rumble. Thanks, everybody, very much for being here. Say hello to Jake in the booth. Appreciate you all very much. Great to see you. Got a lot to get to this evening. And then, of course, we do have a Q&A. Let's get started with some of my banger tweets, or one of my banger tweets over the weekend. I had a lot of them over the weekend, if you were following me on X. This is up way above 277,000 views. By now. Given the Epstein leaks, I tweeted out, all Democrats have to do to win in 2028 is oppose both genocide and pedophilia. But something tells me that's too much to ask. And a lot of people, reposted that. Tyler Oakley, who's very famous, apparently. I never heard of him. He's got 4 million followers. Look at that. Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine gave me a retweet on that. That's pretty cool.
Maybe you can get him on your music channel.
Yeah, I'm basically in the band now. Brianna Joy Gray, obviously based as always. But if you look at the like column here, obviously Jimmy based, Caitlin Johnson, Brianna Joy Gray, Misty. But look at who else liked that tweet. Ben Rhodes. Ben Rhodes was the Deputy National Security Advisor to Barack Obama. Kind of weird that he would like that tweet. Yeah, there's Ben Rhodes' profile there. Pod Save the World. See, now the likes are not public, but I can still access them. You could still see who liked your tweet. So surprising like from Ben Rhodes. But then I got this surprising retweet from Congressman Ro Khanna, who said, it's the bare minimum. We must stand up against elite impunity. It is why I have called out Israel's genocide in Gaza despite AIPAC spending against me. It is why Thomas Massie and I took on the most powerful interest to force the release of the Epstein Files. And so shortly after that retweet, I got a DM from Ro Khanna, who opened up a conversation. And I won't reveal the exact details, but you're getting more or less the same back and forth that I had with him privately, because I ended up tweeting back at him, thank you, Congressman. In all honesty, though, I must say I exited years ago, and the last straw for me was when the Progressive Caucus capitulated on Build Back Better after months of adamantly promising to hold the line. So while I appreciate yours and Thomas Massie's leadership on the Epstein issue and your opposition to the Gaza genocide, I feel it's time for a serious discussion about how progressive Democrats such as yourself can rebuild trust with people like me who no longer feel investment in the Democratic Party is worthwhile. I appreciate you reaching out, and I respect that you're really the only Dem congressperson who regularly makes himself available to independent media, and that you're willing to hear this feedback.
True.
As per our DMs, we look forward to hosting you on Do Dissident soon. Thanks again. He said, looking forward to coming on. And I said, we're looking forward to having you. And that is where we left things with Ro Khanna. Now,
and he watched our show. And
yeah, exactly.
Radio silence.
No, I did email him, and it seems like he meant to email me back a date and time, but there was some kind of typo or something. So I'm going back and forth now. I have an email pending with his team who was CC'd on the email. So I wish I could tell you it's going to happen this week because we were supposed to have a date by now. We don't have an exact date yet, but we do have a public commitment from him to appear on the show, and I'm very excited about that because it is true. And I told him this, in all honesty, just to be as upfront as possible. Like, I remember, I didn't tell him this part, but I did say what I said there. What I said in public is basically almost to the word what I DM'd him. But it was actually watching Ro Khanna say, we're going to take a leap of faith that Biden can deliver Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema on the Build Back Better, that I was like, what? Are you kidding? Leap of faith after all that? So, he wasn't the leader of the caucus, but, ever since that happens, I was kind of thinking, man, wouldn't it be great to have a chance to sort of relay these concerns, if you will, to someone in the progressive caucus like a Ro Khanna. And now it looks like I'm going to actually get that opportunity, which is kind of wild. It's kind of crazy that 5 years after that, he quote tweets me and DMs me, and he opened up the conversation. He DM'd me. He followed me and shot me a DM after he quote tweeted that, and he was very complimentary in his DMs. He was very nice. We had a very nice exchange. Looks like he'll be on the show this week. Odds are overwhelmingly so that he will be on either Tuesday or Thursday. So we're looking forward to that.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. It seems like he meant to
schedule it. We had a little Seinfeld thing going on, so we'll see. We think it's passed to his staff now, but
we think it's on to his staff.
I mean, look, he went on with Nick. I'm sorry, man. None of us are fans of the Democratic Party or the compromises that Democrats make. But that takes some balls if you're Ro Khanna to go on with Nick. So, respect. I don't see why he wouldn't go on with us.
No, I don't think so. No, in his response to me, it seemed like there was some kind of honest typo or oversight where he didn't commit to a date. It seemed like he meant to. I won't reveal the exact details of the email. It just seems like one of those fluke things.
Yeah.
Where now we're waiting on confirmation. But it'll likely be Tuesday or Thursday. And, like I said, as someone who followed the Build Back Better negotiations so closely and so wanted to pull my hair out of my head at the end, I've been thinking of what I would say to one of these Congress people if I could ever interview them, thinking there's no way in hell I'll ever be able to interview one of them. Now it looks like it's almost certainly going to happen. So that's pretty cool. And, give props to Ro Khanna for reaching out. He didn't know who I was when he reached out. Like, he reached out to the
He clearly thought he was a civilian.
Yeah, he didn't. I don't think he realized I had a show. I may have ambushed him a bit in that way, because he didn't DM the Do Dissidents account. He DM'd the Keaton Weiss account, and I said, "Hey, I'm a host of this show, and here are my concerns, and I think it's an important conversation. I'd love to have it with you." And within minutes, sure thing. So credit for that, of course. And hopefully we will see Ro Khanna this week. That'll be fun. All right, let's take a look at some news here. We got a lot of stuff going on today. We're going to start deep in the heart of Texas tonight. Deep in the heart of Texas. I didn't even know there was a special election going on yesterday, but there was. And so I woke up to the news of the most seismic shift in election results that we've seen since 2024. Special election results. Taylor Remit has defeated Leigh Wamsgans in Texas SD9 State District 9 runoff, GOP to Democrat flip. This is a 31-point overperformance for Democrats from 2024 when the district was plus 17. So these were the results with over 95% of the votes in. Democrat beating the Republican by 14 points, 31-point swing from Trump plus 17 in 2024. The Hill reports Democrats flip Texas state Senate seat in shock upset. Democrats scored a stunning upset on Saturday in a special election runoff for Texas Senate, according to a projection from Decision Desk HQ, giving the party a major boost ahead of the November midterms. Fort Worth Democrat Taylor Ramette, a machinist and Air Force veteran, defeated South Lake Republican Lee Wamsgans to fill the vacant state Senate District 9. That is a hell of a name. Wamsgans. You can't even say it.
I never even heard that name until Succession. The guy had a name that's like a slight variation on that. I was like, what is that? Some WASP shit I never heard of? What kind of freaking name is that?
Wamsgansed. She sure got her gansed whammed. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
The district favored President Trump,
who endorsed, go to the island.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who endorsed Wamsgans earlier on Saturday by 17 points in 2024. The race went to a runoff after none of the candidates were able to clinch a majority in the November election. Remit's overperformance in the fall stoked concerns for the GOP, and a number of prominent party leaders, including Governor Greg Abbott, intervened in the race in an effort to boost Wamsgans. Well, it wasn't just Greg Abbott, it was Donald Trump. So here's Donald Trump 2 days ago on the 30th at 1 o'clock in the morning. This is how you know he really wanted everybody to read it, right? Lee Wamsgans, a Republican running for the state Senate in the suburbs of Fort Worth, Texas, will be a great candidate and has my complete and total endorsement. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. He tweeted out on Election Day in the afternoon, "Today is the day to all voters in Texas's 9th State Senate District. Get out and vote for a phenomenal candidate, Lee Wamsgans. She is a highly successful entrepreneur and an incredible supporter of our movement to make America great again. My very good friend, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, needs a strong conservative Republican in State District 9 to keep Texas red. The radical left Democrats are spending a fortune to beat a true MAGA warrior, Lee Wamsgans. You can win this election for Lee, who has my complete and total endorsement. Polls close at 7 p.m. Get out and vote for Lee Wamsgans. Find your closest polling location here." Links to the website. Lee will never let Texas or the USA down. President DJT. Well, today, after the results came in, he was asked about the results, and he pretended that he didn't know there was an election going on at all. Yes, that's true. That's literally how he answers this.
Texas, a Democrat won the special election in an area that you had won by 17 points. What is your reaction to that?
I don't know. I didn't hear about it. Somebody ran.
In Texas, special election for legislative. The 9th state Senate seat.
I'm not involved in that. That's a local Texas race.
Oh, I'm not involved.
You mean I won by 17 and this person lost? Things like that happen.
Things like that happen. She has a stupid name is her problem. You know, who has a name like Wamsgans? You don't change your name. Yeah,
change the name. All those WAP singers in the old days. Wait. Think his name was Dean Martin. It was something like Francesco Morelli or something. Yeah. They all did that. That's what she should do.
That's what she should have done. She should have called herself Tina Martin. She'd have won.
Tina Martin. She'd have cleaned up. 22 points. She'd have won by.
Yeah.
You put the Democrats in, you'll end up with open borders again. You'll end up with crime all over the place. We have no crime anymore. And, I mean, think of it. The country has the lowest crime it's had in 125 years in recorded history. The year 1900. That's a long time ago. So it's very good. No, I don't know anything about it. I didn't know. I mean, I know there's a race going there.
I mean, I did know.
It's too bad. What can I say? I have nothing to do with it. Yeah.
There you go. You know, you can always tell a politician's attitude towards a race by when they endorse. Remember when AOC endorsed, I forget which race it was. Was it, what's her name? Was it Cori Bush, where she endorsed her like at midnight the night before Election Day or something like that. One of the progressive challengers or something. You know,
it was
whenever.
It was the last possible moment when it didn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, when you don't want to not endorse, because then it looks like you're scared of your own shadow, right? It looks like you're acknowledging that your endorsement is toxic, so you don't want to not endorse. But you also don't want to inject yourself in the race too much, because then if you lose, there's a lot of egg on your face. So he tried to split the difference there and then tried to deny that he knew anything about it at all. But obviously, the record speaks for itself. Quote, when a grassroots union organizer like Taylor Ramett overperforms by almost 20 points and forces a runoff, it couldn't be any clearer that voters are tired of Republican bullshit, Texas Democratic Party Chairman Kendall Scudder said in a statement after the November race. See, that's a Texas name, Kendall Scudder. See, that's how you win elections, not Whamsgans. Remett's victory is sure to fuel Democratic optimism. Heading into the midterms, where the party is hoping to flip the House and potentially even the Senate amid growing anxiety over the economy and anger over Trump's immigration policies. The seat opened up after Republican State Senator Kelly Hancock was tapped as acting state comptroller. So yeah, here is Taylor Remett, the victor in the race, coming out, making a brief statement.
Everybody, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being involved and helping with this campaign. Tonight, this win goes to everyday working people. We will see you out there.
I want you to know that Ilhan Omar is today worth $30 million, and she went into Congress with nothing. As a straight white man, I'm sure I can do at least as well, if not better.
Exactly. Breaking barriers. So, some quick maps of the early vote in State District 9. Remett is gaining the most ground from the heavily Hispanic Fort Worth precincts. He's overperforming Harris by more than 50 in most of them. We saw similar results in certain New Jersey precincts and neighborhoods with heavy Hispanic populations, literally 50-point swings in the Democrats' direction. If you look, despite what Trump said, Democrats pouring a ton of money into this race, it's actually the opposite of the truth. Taylor Remett raised $380,000 to Whamsgans' $2.5 million. So actually, the Democrats were outspent about 7-1 here, and yet blew out the opposition. Election Enjoyer says, to put this upset in Tarrant County into perspective, if Democrats overperform statewide in November the way Taylor Remett did tonight, the GOP's gerrymander would actually backfire, and Democrats would net 3 House seats in Texas. Yes, you remember Texas's redistricting was meant to pick up 5 Republican seats. Well, if the trends continue in this direction, especially with the Hispanic vote, what Election Enjoyer is saying is that gerrymander will have backfired. You could argue many of the new seats, especially in South Texas, are dummy manders. They were drawn assuming Trump's gains with Latino voters would stick, but they haven't. And that swing back by 50 points is exactly what powered tonight's Democratic win. Also worth noting, Remett did better with Hispanic voters than Hillary Clinton. That's insane. It's not really that insane, given the fact that he's disappearing Latinos off the streets. I mean, this is kind of what's going to happen.
Yeah,
seems fairly predictable.
And the fact that he's not Hillary Clinton,
and that he's not, and the fact that this guy's not Hillary Clinton too. That's insane. And remember, Texas Senate districts are actually larger than Texas House seats, which makes this kind of overperformance very notable. I'm not sure if that last part is true as a rule, but the population of this district is quite large. It's about 1 million people, Dallas-Fort Worth area. Obligatory universal national 31-point shift left from Congress 2024. That means absolutely nothing. Of course, this is assuming that the Democrats overperform nationwide the way they did in the Texas Senate district last night, would give them 337 seats. Now, of course, that is not going to happen. These swings
It
are
would give them how many
concentrated.
seats?
337. Yeah.
Right.
Now, that's not going to happen because the most dramatic swings are, of course, in the most Latino-dominated areas. But that's what makes this an interesting point. You know, when Texas was doing that gerrymandering, it's easy to ask, well, if it's this easy for states to just carve out new districts to increase incumbent majorities, why don't they all do it all the time? And the answer is a lot of them do it a lot of the time. But the reason they don't do it all the time is for exactly this reason. Because when you do that, yes, there are certain advantages to doing it, but there's one major disadvantage to doing it, which is that you're forfeiting the most important advantage in politics, which is the incumbency advantage. When you redraw the map, you're forcing incumbents out of their districts, which means things can happen. It's like putting a football in the air, right? There's always a risk of an interception. And in this case, the idea behind redistricting was, well, now that Trump is doing so well with Latinos, let's just chop up some of these Democrat Latino districts, these former Democrat Latino districts, and just create new Trump districts since we're killing it with Latinos. What happened between then and now is you sick your secret police on Latinos, and so now you're not winning Latinos anymore. Now you're losing Latinos worse than you lost them to Hillary Clinton. And so yeah, I mean, I think it's quite likely, actually, that gerrymander will end up backfiring for that reason. Go ahead.
It really shows how giddy and drunk with the electoral success in November they were, that they didn't see that coming.
Right.
Why on earth? It's not like all of a sudden in February or March, Trump revealed his plan to sick a fascist police force on Latinos. You knew that was coming. So I didn't realize that this gerrymandering was so heavily concentrated in Latino districts.
Yeah.
Why on earth would you not have seen that coming? Yeah. I always forget who said it. Somebody did a documentary and said, you know, these people in Congress are really stupid. If you sit down and talk to them, they're really not smart people for the most part. And you could see it there, because who would not realize that the Latino vote is not going to stick as soon as you sick ice on people, that they're going to flip, and then this is going to come back to bite you. One of the greatest acts of political hubris I think I've ever seen.
Yes, and extremely short-sighted, as you mentioned. Joshua Reed Equals says, absolutely shocking. The midterms will be too big to rig. MAGA is over. Yeah, I think it's looking like it will be too big to rig. I think at this point it's pretty much martial law or bust. You know, they either cancel the elections or it's going to be very bad for them. And this is part
rainbow
of why.
Flags out of the closet, folks.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. And this is part of why some inspiring scenes of ICE protests over the weekend. Americans are marching through snowfall in Chicago, chanting and refusing to be silent against ICE, freezing temps, zero fear. Yeah, brutal temperatures did not keep people away. Thousands of protesters have gathered together to demand the release of 5-year-old Liam Ramos. This is amazing. This is in Minnesota.
No showing up. You've had enough. Enough is enough. Look at the people. For miles. Look at this.
And, of course, Liam Ramos was ordered released by a judge over the weekend. A federal judge on Saturday ordered the release of a 5-year-old boy and his father from immigration custody, condemning their removal from their suburban Minneapolis neighborhood as unconstitutional. The image of Liam Conejo Ramos wearing a Spider-Man backpack and an oversized fluffy blue winter hat as he was detained by officers earlier this month spurred outrage at a moment when many were already incensed by the Trump administration's immigration tactics in Minnesota and elsewhere across the country. The flood of immigration enforcement officers into Minneapolis, known as Operation Metro Surge, has led to mass demonstrations as well as the shooting deaths of 2 protesters, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, at the hands of federal agents. Yeah, again, this is why this is happening. See, this isn't the West Bank yet. You can't just detain children without any due process. Bill Madden says, if you don't think a sleeping giant has been awakened, then you're not paying attention. This was January 30th in Minneapolis. The pedo Führer's Nazification of America will not stand. And, I want to point this out, too, because I think that this issue has really turned against Republicans in such a huge way, to the point where I don't know how this will play, but I'm starting to think there's going to be a backlash against all of this kind of nationalist rhetoric when it comes to the immigration issues. Not that you shouldn't have a secure border, but shit like this. So, we've given Thomas Massie a lot of credit for a lot of good things that he's done, but it's also, important to keep in mind some of the shit like this that he does. I signed a brief to the Supreme Court in support of Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship. Giving children of illegal aliens automatic American citizenship incentivizes unlawful immigration. To protect our national sovereignty, this practice must end. To which Patrick Giacomo says, this is incredibly disappointing, Representative. The law in history is overwhelmingly clear that the 14th Amendment accords birthright citizenship. Yeah, it does. So what are you saying? Are you saying that we should repeal the 14th Amendment because corporations wanted cheap labor and so they lured immigrants here? And so that means we have to what? Cancel the Constitution? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, that's bullshit. I think that this whole issue has really turned against the Republican Party in a dramatic way. We've already seen this in the numbers. I mean, you're seeing, support for immigration as a whole increase dramatically, to the point where now majorities of people are saying, no, actually immigration is good. The fact that this birthright citizenship is even a question is because of the fact that, for many different reasons, mostly to benefit large corporations, we had essentially a look the other way policy toward people crossing the border for 25 years. And this is where libertarianism fails. The suggestion that now we have to alter our Constitution in order to accommodate these corporations who clearly just took advantage of the system for bad faith reasons. That seems like a load of garbage to me. And I think the tide has really turned. We said this when it happened. We said we thought the Alex Preddy killing was going to be a tipping point. It seems to have been just that. In fact, that seems like kind of an understatement at this point when you look at people's attitudes, at the resilience of these protesters, and now we actually have results in a special election that was more seismic than any other. I mean, a 31-point swing in a Dallas-Fort Worth suburban district is just absolutely massive. Massive. And there was some speculation, well, Hispanics like the Maduro raid, so they're going to be back in the tent. No.
Yeah.
No such luck.
Like it.
No such
like
luck.
Extreme right-wingers whose grandfathers used to bang hookers with Batista back in the day liked it. But generally, no. Latinos did not like the implications of seeing the United States kidnap a Latin leader, whatever they might have thought of the country or the policies, which is certainly not universal. But, okay, a few things here. One, and we really can't say this enough, if this were really about stopping illegal immigration, they would very publicly arrest 10 employers of illegal immigrants. That would be the end. That would be the end. You wouldn't be able to get a job as an illegal immigrant in America if they perp walked 10 employers of Latinos. And you wouldn't have to spend billions of dollars. You wouldn't have to build facilities. They're building warehouses to put people in. Is that really about immigration? Just common sense, right? Wouldn't that solve it? These CEOs are cowards. They're terrified of going to prison. They don't want to be anybody's bitch, right? They know they're going to be the cell block bitch in prison. These guys are not from the muscle end of the family. They don't want to go to prison. 10 of them. That's it. It would be over. So what is this about? It is about building a police state. In terms of immigration and not wanting immigrants to come into the United States, I am in Laos right now, and you know what you see all over Laos, and it's actually like jarring because I'm not used to it. Children. They got freaking children everywhere, man. There's children everywhere. Like, seriously, I promise you, if I walk out right now and walk 50 meters, I'm going to see a bunch of kids on the way. We do not do that throughout. It's not just the Western world. It's certain countries in Asia. South Korea has one of the worst problems with that. Japan. It's an industrialized world problem. One of the only reasons that the United States has the GDP that it has, and that's setting aside how flawed a number GDP is for measuring the economic prosperity of working people, acknowledged. But in Europe, that number, which is similarly flawed, is much weaker. It's because we have this youthful vibrancy coming in through immigration. Now, you might say, and a lot of people do try to approach this by saying, no, we're not only going to lock out the immigrants, we're going to start a natalist movement where we're going to encourage people to have children. Okay. Well, if that's what you're going to say, then you need to have policies that support families, because a big part of the reason, at least in America, that people are not having kids is they can't afford to. So you know what you would need to do that? Socialism. You would need a lot of socialist policies. You would need a lot of support for particularly socialist healthcare. You would need socialist childcare. Like, you really are a natalist. You really want your Americans, and let's face it, most of the people who say this, they mean white Americans. But you really want that? Okay, well, you're going to need socialism, a national socialism, if you will. So you cannot say you want to keep out the immigrants and you don't want any social programs, and that's for mooches, because you are not going to get people to start having kids that way. And it's not even clear, once you have this kind of social pattern, that it can even be reversed that way. Orban in Hungary has offered bonuses for how many kids you have. You get, $10,000 and $20,000 and tax breaks and all kind, and it's actually has not reversed the trend. So that is part of the rationale with immigration, if you really want to look at the overall picture. Like, all of these, I mean, it's something that's not discussed enough. Some people bring it up. All the industrialized world is facing a population collapse. And one of the only things that's been propping up our economy has been that we have a relatively young population coming in from abroad that, for the most part, other countries in that position don't have.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, but look, I mean, I think,
look at Kate, man. You got kids. You're buying all kinds of shit, right? It stimulates the economy. Look at me. I'm spending my money over here.
Right.
I have a bunch of kids at home. I'm young. I have a family. I'm not spending my money here. I'm spending my money there. Right. Buying cribs, buying diapers, all kinds of stuff that you need.
Well, yeah, sure. But, I mean, I think it's very obvious that, this issue was really a Trojan horse for a much darker program that they couldn't really run on. And so they tricked you into voting for it. And now people are seeing what they voted for, and they're running the other way very, very quickly. All right. Nocturnal Human says, I saw there's a channel on Upscroll at the Jimmy Dore show that's claiming to be Jimmy's channel, but I saw he had some skepticism about it. Can you verify if that's really him? I don't know. I don't know. My guess would be it's probably not, but I'm not sure. I can neither confirm nor deny that. Devour, Tony Montoya on Epstein. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the kids. Thank you, Devour. Vienticus Prime says, everything's a scam, everything's a lie. Everyone who can't live without having a hero is starting to break down and cry. Thank you, Vienticus. I'll say it again. What do you call it when the Democrat is done graping a child? The Republicans' turn. Yeah, remember that. What do you call it after the Republicans' turn? The Israeli Zionist second turn. Ah, good one. Virtuoso, I've just pre-ordered Trump's next book, The Shart of the Steel. Thank you, Virtuoso. EO Shush says, DD are such hacks. You are only covering Epstein's international PDF file ring that is being used to blackmail Trump to push Israeli wars and genocide to distract from Alex Preddy kicking out a taillight. That's right. Thank you, EO Shush. Rush, your Asia photos are excellent. Just wondering, is traveling solo ever difficult or lonely?
Yeah, you know, if I thought about this and I speculated on how I would feel about it once I was doing it. You know, as an only child, I definitely have like a psychological capacity for traveling solo that some people might not, or might find depressing or lonely. I really don't. You know what I think? It's a different world now, man. Like, you're never really disconnected. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you did this in the 70s by yourself, you might feel more that way. But I also think that back then, I'm hypothesizing, but I don't see how this could not be true. I said when I saw how the technology, how the translation apps and the maps and everything allowed me to get around really without asking for help. The downside of that is probably that back in the day, you had to connect more with a community to travel like this. Like, you would have had to associate with people because nobody speaks English here now. What was it like in 1975 when people were backpacking through here? You would have had to rely on like some English speaking Westerners who were living here or around who would have helped you, right? But no, I really don't. But I think temperamentally I'm suited to it in a way a lot of people aren't, combined with the fact that, you know, I mean, I do the show from here. Like, it's not a world anymore where you go to Laos and like you're on the moon, right? I'm doing the same thing I would be doing in New York. So it's not as psychologically impactful as it might have been pre-internet to take a trip like that by yourself.
Right. Abiding 71, I'm starting to think little Dershmeister never kept his panties on during the Epstein massages. Cool Blue, thanks for the $5. Says Tarrant County used to be the best state-level bellwether county in Texas. 2018, Beto O'Rourke. In 2020, Biden flipped it. 2024, Trump won it by 9 points less than state margin. 17-point Democrat win is bad for Republicans. Thank you, Cool Blue. Appreciate your knowledge and insight, as always. All right, let's take some super chats, shall we?
Let's rock. Someone should check on Michael Tracy, LMAO. Yeah, it's now day 4. Nick tweeted about it at day 2. I tweeted about it at day 3. Now it's day 4. I checked before the show. Michael Tracy has not tweeted since these files dropped at all. But Taibbi did say something, right? You can. What was that?
Oh, Tusker actually messaged me. She said, "Yeah, Taibbi." He replied to somebody. They said, somebody said, "Well, am I the only one who's bored by the Epstein files at this point?" And he replied, "No," meaning he's bored by it.
He needs to get back to the important work of reporting on ostrich culling in Canada.
I wonder how long that's gonna go on. Like, how long are they gonna be able to keep this up before they're like forced to like break? You know what I mean? Like, at some point
they're gonna have to talk about it on what passes for their show this week.
Yeah, I mean, you could see them.
They're gonna have to say something about it.
Yeah, like
by
this
Kern
time,
is such a wacko. He's gonna find a way to blame it on trans libs and call for their execution.
Like,
why did these files come out now?
By this time next year, like, what would it be? Like, if they just kept this going for, you know what I mean? What is it going to be? Hello, everybody. Welcome to America This Week. I'm Matt Taibbi, and I'm Walter Kern. So, we've all heard the news out of Cleveland where an ICE officer poured battery acid in a baby's face and lit it on fire. Certainly doesn't look good. I mean, the optics of that are really bad, obviously. Walter, what do you think? Well, whenever something like this happens, I always think about the fact that the media told us if we got the COVID vaccine, we wouldn't get COVID. And so I always look to other sources. So there's this new publication came out last summer called the FAFO Frontier. And when I looked at the FAFO Frontier, they reported that this baby, quote unquote, is actually 2.5. So he's more of a toddler than a baby. And the only reason he was at the protest is because he had behavioral problems at daycare and the mother had to take him out. But, the Washington Post and the New York Times, they don't want to report that. Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
I also think about the fact that Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings probably had a very loving relationship. And now the woke people want to tell you there was something wrong with that.
I don't agree with everything that they write in the Frontier FAFO Frontier. But
isn't it funny that the same people that tell you should be free to love who you want to love want you to hate Thomas Jefferson?
So anyway, there's a lot of reporting that hasn't come out yet. So we'll reserve judgment on the battery acid and the baby story. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. So there's a junior high school in Massachusetts that put up a mural for Black History Month, and this kid Hans Weber, this 8th grader, apparently defaced the mural. Apparently spray painted a noose around Harriet Tubman's neck. And now they suspended him, and they won't let him back into school until he writes a public letter of apology for the school newspaper. And I don't think he should have drawn a noose around Harriet. That's certainly not something I would do. But do they really need to make him apologize in public for that? I mean, couldn't he just settle this privately? No, Matt. That's why. The whole point. They don't care about Harriet Tubman. They don't care about Harriet Tubman. The whole point, in fact, I would speculate that the whole reason they put Harriet Tubman on the mural was to provoke a student into doing something like that, so they can then put him through the Maoist struggle session of writing a public apology in order to humiliate him in the newspaper.
As a self-hating half Asian, I actually don't really see anything wrong with what he did. Who among us has not wanted to draw a noose around Harriet Tubman's neck? I've thought it. A lot of people say that's internalized self-hating of my Asian ancestry, but I think it's just youthful hijinks.
So anyway, we'll see you next week.
Yeah, they don't even have to do their show this week. We just did it for them. Yeah,
it's 1 year from now. Yes.
Heavy snack. When stoned and listening to audio only, I can never tell if it's John Mearsheimer or Scott Ritter speaking. Well, it's Scott Ritter when he tells you to try the shrimp.
Yeah.
Try the shrimp.
Yeah.
If you don't try the shrimp, we're all gonna die.
That's how you know it's Scott Ritter.
Yeah. The beef is very tender.
Actually, they had very different takes on Trump not bombing Iran. Ritter, in his quest to get in on that MAGA money, as he usually will, slanted in the most Trump favorable light that Trump screwed Netanyahu. Netanyahu wanted him to bomb Iran, but he tricked him at the last minute, and the Israelis are in shambles, right? And Mearsheimer, I think, more sensibly said, yeah, the Israelis told him not to do it because last time they got into this, they got hit pretty bad with Iranian missiles, and they're not ready for what will come their way in a full war, so they told him not to go ahead. I think that's probably the closer to the truth, given how far up Trump's ass Miriam's 15-incher goes.
Yeah.
Heavy snack. MAGA's Chud Supreme response to Remet's win has such copes as, it's all them Californians. Oh, Yeah, all those Latino Californians migrating into Texas. Yeah. Giljoy, super sticker 50. Damn, man.
Thank you very much. It's very kind
Thank
of you.
you. Get a prayer bell, man. It enlightens you. Jolly Man Big Boy with this new Epstein drop. I can't wait for the inevitable 24-hour Michael Tracy debate over the ethics of the coverage and the investigation of the files. Well, you guys enjoyed the first one so much. We'll bring them back on to talk about it. That was so popular with our audience. We want to do it again. Teabagging Society. CBS hired Army General H.R. McMaster as a new contributor, further cementing comedian podcasters as the most reputable source for news. Yeah, it's been that way for a while, man. It's been that way since the heyday of The Daily Show, really.
Yeah.
Not EO40. Kalshi bets on bombing Iran is skyrocketing. What a wonderful economy. A lot of people were saying Sunday, which that's your Sunday now. Appreciation community. Appreciate you guys and appreciate chat too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Best damn community on the interwebs. 0744 Pete. My apologies if I sound like a gaylord, but I'm proud of you two Jews. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a little gay, but it's not over the line. It's not over the line. It's not like my daughter brought you home. I'd say, are you sure about this guy? Richard Pemberton. Kern reminded his audience that Kent State didn't stop Nixon from a landslide re-election, so Lib shouldn't be so sure about midterms or beating JD in 26. Yeah, so there was a conversation, three-way conversation, me, Keaton, and Jimmy. Yeah, man, that last episode was something. It was something.
No, I couldn't watch it.
Okay, man. On the van, because I did like a 3-day trip to Laos. It was a van for a day and then 2 days on the boat. So on the van ride, I watched it on double speed.
Right.
Even that, I could only do an hour. So like a half hour. It's so nails on a chalkboard. It's just so awful. It's so awful. It reminds me of the scene in Sleeper where he's revived in the future from cryogenic freezing, and they're showing him old TV shows. And they show him, I think, The Wide World of Sports with Howard Cosell. And they say to him, we have a theory that when people broke the law in your society, they were forced to watch this as punishment. And he goes, that's exactly what it was. Yes. Nong. Whams Gans. Thank you, ma'am. Suffragette City. Dominic D'Angelo, Dean Martin's real name, Dino Crocetti. Is that true?
No.
Was that his real name?
I don't know. His real name.
Rock McDonald. Everything's a scam. Everything's a lie. I'm in the MAGA base and I am GAY. Don't start that, man. We're trying to tone that down. People started taking it the wrong way. Alex Daslieb. Whams Gans, thank you, ma'am, is a lyric from Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. I think it was the B-side for Starman. Okay, you got an Xer and you got a music expert. You think we did not know where that line came from?
Funny.
Of course we know where that came from. John Olmsted. Nick is convinced Roe has a humiliation attraction. Well, a lot of that going around now. That's what happens when you got a broken society. I agree with Hedges about that. People think that's puritanical. I agree with his take on the rise of like kink as reflective of a society in crisis. Jim Taleb, super sticker. Alon Same. Why have kids when the elite will eat them? Got a point. It's the Buddhism here that keeps them in check.
That's right.
They don't eat the kids. Stu B. Russ, make sure you see more places outside Shanghai and Beijing. There are other more interesting cities and regional places. Carry TP at all times. TP is a general rule for Asia, although in the parts I'm going, they're used to more Western tourists. So you usually do see the TP. I have heard that about China. Yeah, I mean, I'm planning on going to Urumqi on my own. after I'm done with the tour group. The tour goes to Yangshuo, which is not as traveled, I think. Nancy Martin, you both look exceptionally handsome tonight. I don't know why. Is it the margarita I am drinking?
Probably.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yes,
I'm saying the margarita.
I think you nailed it. Yes, Nancy. Thank you for that kind donation. That's probably the margarita, too. Don't spend all your money and wake up wondering where it is.
Us. Bitch basket. Russ, do you have some yellow fever out there? You're talking to a tourist whose every move's among the purest. I get my kicks above the waistline, sunshine.
That's right.
All right. So we want to move on?
Yep. Well, let's
Cleared
move.
Enough of them there.
Let's move right on along. All right, everybody. First of all, we got a huge crowd in here tonight. 3,600 strong in the YouTube chat. How do you like that? That's good for one of these and more. And 1,020 in the like column. All right, folks. So we just reported on the sort of massive swing in the Latino vote, propelling Democrats to a dominant victory in a district that is typically dominated by Republicans. So you are seeing a massive shift. And one thing you're also seeing accompany that is a cultural shift. Russell and I are both, from the arts world originally, and so there's a new rock and roll song that's going around about ice by Bruce Springsteen, who tweeted out 3 days ago, I wrote this song on Saturday, recorded it yesterday, and released it to you today in response to the state terror being visited on the city of Minneapolis. It's dedicated to the people of Minneapolis, our innocent immigrant neighbors, and in memory of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. That is tweeted out to his Instagram there. And we'll do a little bit more on this because Donald Trump obviously was not impressed, did not appreciate the song there. I see that highly overrated Bruce Springsteen goes to a foreign country to speak badly about the President of the United States. Never liked him, never liked his music or his radical left politics. And importantly, he's not a talented guy, just a pushy, obnoxious jerk. Man, that's a little anti-Semitic, I would say. Pushy, who fervently supported crooked Joe Biden.
Always sticking his nose in everywhere.
Sticking his nose in everything. Who supported crooked Joe Biden, a mentally incompetent fool, and our worst ever president who came close to destroying our country. If I wasn't elected, it would have been gone by now. Sleepy Joe didn't have a clue as to what he was doing, but Springsteen is, quote, dumb as a rock and couldn't see what was going on, or could he, which is even worse. This dried out prune of a rocker, his skin is all atrophied, ought to keep his mouth shut until he gets back into the country. That's just standard fare. Then we'll all see how it goes for him. Well, yeah, we will see how it goes for him. Seemed to go fairly well. Of course, Bruce Springsteen Song, top of the iTunes charts in 19 different countries. One day after Bruce releases the song Streets of Minneapolis, it is now number one in 19 different countries. Congratulations, Bruce. Not bad for someone our president described as a highly overrated, not a talented guy, just a pushy, obnoxious jerk. And he did come back to America, apparently, for an appearance at a concert in Minneapolis. Bruce Springsteen sings Streets of Minneapolis in Minneapolis as protest song hits number one. Bruce Springsteen touched down in Minnesota on Friday and performed his protest song Streets of Minneapolis, a response to the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy by federal agents, hours after it soared to the top of iTunes. The famed New Jersey rocker brought the house down at First Avenue, a Minneapolis venue that played host to the Defend Minnesota benefit show. So this was a Tom Morello concert. Tom Morello, of course, from Rage Against the Machine, who has played with Bruce on several concerts and even on some recordings. Tom Morello laid a guitar track for Springsteen's studio version of American Skin which was recorded 14 years after the song debuted live. That was, of course, about the police killing of Amadou Diallo. So Morello and Springsteen have worked together in the past, and so here he is introducing him on stage in Minneapolis.
Decided in the courts. It will not be decided in Congress. It will not be decided on social media. I believe that the future of democracy in this country will be decided right here on the streets of Minneapolis. Mr. Bruce Springsteen.
So I write this song, and I record it the next day, and I send it to Tom Morello. Now I know that Tom is an excitable man.
Turn them off!
Turn these boys here, Bruce! What do you think? It's kind of soapboxy. And he says, look, he says, Bruce, nuance is wonderful, but sometimes you have to kick them in the teeth. So this is for people in Minneapolis, people in Minnesota, and the people of our good country, the United States of America.
All right, so we'll play a little bit of the song. I tested this on my other channel. They don't seem to be busting balls for copyright because this is an acoustic live fan recording. So we'll play a little bit of the song here.
Is the song generally held on copyright? I was wondering that.
I'm
if
not
he just
sure.
Wants people to share it. So.
Well, it's all over like Twitter and stuff. So like they're not taking anything down. But with YouTube, you never know. They have their own shit going on.
Now they say they're here to uphold the law. They trample on our rights. If your skin is black or brown, my friend,
that's it. Desolation Row.
Yeah, it is. Did that just occur to you?
Well, this is the first time I'm listening to it again. And I listened to it once.
It's funny because Russ was telling me it's like a Dillon song, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, a lot of his later stuff is more Dillon-esque because he's gotten more into like folk rock as he's gotten older. But then when I listen back, I'm like, yeah, the melody is like Desolation Row. They're very, very similar. Especially the verse melody.
On a 22nd birthday, your Randy is an old king.
The right squad, the rest of
I hear your voice.
That
way to go.
Go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Here in our home, they killed and roamed in the winter of 26. We'll take our stand for this land and the stranger in our midst. Remember the names of those who died on the streets of Minneapolis. Who will remember the names of those who died on the streets of Minneapolis?
So there's some of the song there. He also played The Ghost of Tom Joad, which Tom Morello sat in on, which is another great Springsteen protest song. And by the way, if you want to hear my top 10 countdown of best Bruce Springsteen protest songs, you can do so by going to my side project, my music channel called The Shuffle. I put out 2 videos on this. They're doing very well. People are saying they're the best videos they've ever seen. They say we've never seen anything like this before. So youtube.com/@shufflepod if you want to subscribe to my music channel and check out those videos. Because Springsteen, yeah, I mean, totally, I understand people, you know, I mean, we've said it ourselves. We've done segments about how, especially in the Trump era, his politics have softened into just milquetoast mainstream liberalism, doing the podcast with Obama. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't even want to say he's been a disappointment, because I think his politics were always perhaps kind of softer than his image led on. But, you know, I talk about on my show a lot, and we talk about it here. I can separate the art from the artist. The guy has written some amazing songs throughout his career and some very, very strong protest music. So if you want to check that out, I encourage you to do so. And I do think it is good that he did this. So it's just a good, you know, show of support for the people of Minneapolis. Not only that, but I do think it is good for the culture, for, you know, music, especially rock and roll music, to sort of make a comeback. There was a Billy Corgan podcast from the Smashing Pumpkins where he talked just about a month ago. It kind of went viral, him talking about how rock and roll has become completely irrelevant. Like all the relevant music now is kind of in like the hip hop world, and even that there's not a lot of it. It's all just become so generic and corporate and sanitized. And so, you know, good for him for writing it. It's a nice show, it's a nice gesture of support for Minnesota, which has been through hell these past few weeks. And it's also good, I think, to give other artists a boost. So Streets of Minneapolis, 32 protest songs inspired by the Twin Cities ICE resistance. So now all these indie songwriters get a boost because they get mentioned in the Springsteen article, which gets a lot of eyes on it. So the Marsh Family, Minnesota, Sarah Streitz, Get Out of Minnesota, Kristi Noem, these are all mentioned in that same article. NoFX, wow. The punk rock blast from the past. This rewrite of Huntington Beach Nazis, it's called Minnesota Nazis, nails it with 3 chords and the truth and an unmistakable DIY edge. Money lyric from Fat Mike. I love this line. If those Minnesota Nazis are so sure that they're a part of the master race, why do they cover their white faces when they're shooting friendly, white, unarmed lesbians in the face? Yes, good points. Good point. Billy Bragg, who I've also talked about on my music show, great protest songwriter, very politically conscious songwriter, has a song out now about Minnesota, City of Heroes. This is not part of the article, but this just broke before we went on. Dave Matthews put a little song out. He wrote, his song is, you know, shorter, less, I don't want to say less substantial, but he writes, less produced. I mean, yeah, he did it the way I would, you know, you just sit in front of the guitar, don't comb your hair, and just strum it through. His song is interesting because it's from the perspective of the ICE officer. That's a common theme in Dave's more like political music. He'll write from the villain's point of view, from the oppressor's point of view. So it's kind of interesting. But back to the article, Natalie Lovejoy, This Ground is Home, Bathtub Sigs, Lynn's Lab, Lamar, The Neighborhood Kids, Breaking News. I mean, look at all these. I won't go through all of these, but I just wanted to show all of them to see an example of what we've talked about on the show a lot, which is, you know, movements need an arts component. You can't have a revolution without dancing. And hey, Carsey Blanton got a shout out on this. Come Out, Ye Cowards, ICE, Dan Rodriguez, Pretty Good, Swallows, Insurrection Song, Singing Resistance, Hold On, Penka, Jane. Look at all these songs that are now getting shared along with the Springsteen song because he was the headliner on this article. You have, you know, an outpouring of expression over these recent events in Minneapolis. And this is another reason why we said when it happened that the Alex Preddy killing was really a tipping point. It not only was it a political tipping point, it seems to have been a cultural tipping point to the point where, you know, for the first time in a long time, we're seeing an outpouring of art in response to it. And Springsteen,
that's true,
for all of his flaws, I think did the culture a great service as someone with the cachet to actually make a relevant rock and roll song. He's one of the very few people left in rock and roll music who still is a big enough name to actually bring music back into the forefront of the cultural conversation. And given the political sort of cataclysm that was this shooting of Alex Preddy, he seized upon it and got it out very quickly, which was obviously part of the point. Recorded it in one day. And, you know, we played the sort of acoustic version of it, but it is actually, as a song, quite impressive to be written in a couple days and recorded in one day. I mean, it is a full band production with backing vocals. They sample some audio from the protests themselves. So it's pretty impressive that they got it together that quickly, and important because it came at exactly the moment it needed to the point where now you are seeing a sort of cultural moment emerge out of these protests in a pretty big way, in a way that we really haven't seen in quite a long time.
All right, guys. So I want you to play Desolation Row, but throw in an E flat. Yeah. All right, done.
So
I'm gonna scream through it.
I'm gonna scream through it. It'll be a little Bob ain't go Sue. He's out of it. He's out of it these days. He doesn't know where he is anymore. I talked to him the other day. He thought I was Joan Baez.
Exactly.
He'll be fine.
Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, the Bruce thing, I think it creates a lot of the same issues if you're post-duopoly, post-Democrat, if the last decade or so has radicalized you, or maybe you were radical before this, but I think a lot of people in this space, it was the disappointments of Obama combined with the Sanders thing. Like that was kind of the final straw for a lot of people. Right. You're in a weird position when Trump is in power, or really any Republican is in power, because you find yourself on the same side of a lot of issues with people that you know went back to brunch when things, and come on, man, let's be real. This would not be happening under Kamala Harris. You can say there's a hypocrisy where a lot of things in this neighborhood happened under Biden and under Obama, and Springsteen didn't write a song about it, and all your lib friends went to brunch and didn't say anything. That's true. This is at another level, and you're just not being honest to not acknowledge that, to try to say it's exactly what was going on
what
under
would
Obama.
have happened, right? Yeah,
no,
exactly.
man, you didn't have people getting shot in the face trying to get, drive down the street to work or wherever Renee Good was going before they killed her. You didn't have anything like Alex Preddy. I mean, this is another level. But were there things like that done before? And yeah, and that's a big criticism that we've had of Springsteen. Springsteen really is one of the worst enablers of neoliberalism and whitewashers of neoliberalism, with his little series with Obama, with his campaigning for Joe Biden, with his whole fake working class bullshit. I did a whole segment on that, showing, he did an ad where, he's wearing like a rough coat and he's in some kind of like greasy spoon. Yeah, that's the life Bruce leads. Yeah, Bruce goes and gets a couple fried eggs and toast down at the greasy spoon, wearing a working man's jacket. Right. Yeah, so I think he is overall. I think he's an extremely destructive force in the culture, because he is one of the most effective at pretending that there's some kind of working class element in the Democratic Party by pretending to be something that he is not. He is not this working class guy, but he plays it. He's willing to sit on a set like that wearing a costume in order to promote Democrats who are worthy of a lot of criticism. And again, I'm not making a false equivalency, but there are plenty of things he could have said about Obama. Did he say them? No. He helped to prop him up by doing a series with him. Yeah. And what's the message? Obama has the endorsement of the white working class, because that's who Bruce Springsteen represents. So I think overall, he's very destructive in the role that he plays in normalizing people who are monstrous in their own right, and pretending that reinforcing their preferred narrative that they're the good guys. He does a lot to reinforce that liberal need to believe that they represent the working class by going out there and being a fake working class guy. All that having been said, this is, very discombobulating at moments like this, because a lot of the people who are on your side of the issue are those people. They're libs.
Right.
They're libs that will go right back to fucking brunch as soon as a Democrat goes in. And has he said anything about Gaza? Has Springsteen said a fucking word about Gaza? So, yeah, man. But it's the old saying, there are no permanent alliances, only permanent interests.
Exactly.
You got to take what you can get. If your real interest is you want to stop people from getting murdered by ICE, you want to stop 5-year-olds from getting detained, to take exception to anything that's helpful, that's just ego at that point. Like, I don't care where it comes from. This is, as you said, this is helpful, and Springsteen has a big enough footprint in the culture that when he drops a song like this, it's going to have an impact that very few people will have. And a lot of those people might be people that you like better, that you find more morally consistent, but are not going to have the same impact. So I think if you're really an activist, you don't really care where it comes from. You can deal with that in other places on other issues. But yeah, I think it's a positive thing that he did that, just like it's a positive thing that all the libs that you've been fighting with for 10 years right now are, out at ICE protests. What do you want them not to be?
Well, you want them to go home.
Those protests?
Right, exactly.
You want them to go home? Like,
exactly.
You take your allies where you find them, and you just have to treat it as, yeah, we agree on this, and we're going to fight together on this.
Well, right, of course. I mean, who's not a coward on Gaza? Carsey Blanton. She was on the flotilla. Now, do you think she'd be getting write-ups if Springsteen hadn't put that song out? You think a bunch of people on Instagram are going to be getting this kind of exposure if there weren't the headline act of Bruce Springsteen writing the song? Right. No. So you have to say, what is the net effect on the culture? And the net effect on the culture is, of course, an obvious positive. Like, there's no question about it. And in terms of Springsteen, I'll just say, I think in the last 10 years, I think everything that you've said has been true. It's really interesting, and I get more into this on my side project. But, his album Wrecking Ball in 2012 was a direct response to Occupy Wall Street. I mean, half of that album is just class-based rage, but it's interesting. He doesn't call Obama out by name the way he calls Trump out by name in these songs. And the opening track off of Wrecking Ball is a song called We Take Care of Our Own, which is a great song. And just like Born in the USA, it is kind of presented as the opposite of what it is. Born in the USA was, packaged as this jingoistic patriotic song, but it was not a patriotic song at all. In fact, it was a critique of that. And so We Take Care of Our Own was really the song was in question of that premise. Is there any longer mutual goodwill in America, and really kind of doubting that there was any of that left, that we had just become this rapacious oligarchy. But it's funny because that came out in 2012, and Obama used that song on the campaign trail. He co-opted that song to make it into this jingoistic anthem, much in the way Reagan co-opted Born in the USA. Yes. But when Reagan co-opted Born in the USA, Springsteen spoke out and said, hey, that's not what the song means. Yeah. When Obama co-opted We Take Care of Our Own, he didn't say anything. he let it go. In fact, he campaigned for Obama. So, yeah, there's always been that hypocrisy there. There's always been that dissonance there. But the work overall has been excellent, I think, undeniably. And in a moment like this, yeah, you got to take what you can get. And the fact is, music is having another moment right now that I don't think it would have had he not put it out. So that's the take on that.
Look, I mean, everything I said was kind of bullshit. The truth is, Born to Run is my best karaoke song, and I'm not giving it up.
No, I mean, well, this is what I mean. You got to separate the art.
I can't give up Bruce because I got to do Born to Run at karaoke.
And
That's
also, I mean, I think Thunder
That's
Road is as good a song as has ever been
I
written.
I
There's
do
had
Thunder
not
Road
been.
pretty. I do a pretty good Thunder Road too.
Well, yeah, there's not been a better song written than Thunder Road. There have been songs that are as good, but you can't write a better song than Thunder Road. That's as good as songwriting gets. So,
wow, that's
there
a
we
bold
go.
statement.
I think it's a perfect. Yeah, it's one of my. That you can't write a better song than that. All right, let's move right on along. Let's take some super chats, and then we'll get into Epstein. We'll get into the marquee stories of the evening.
Okay.
All right. You take some
go
super
to
chats. Yeah,
first.
go ahead. Some super chats first.
Saul Duarte, MAGA is going to be known for Make Assault Great Again. Yeah, well, wait until the next segment. C. Grulon, can you explain the GOP strategy? They got a massive number of the Latino vote to then turn around and go full Nazi. Well, they used, very much like the country itself.
Yeah.
They used brown people to elevate themselves, but they were really only interested in serving the white part of their base, what they like, which is brown people being abused and beaten and detained. Marvin Vargas, World War III, Trump, wartime prez, freeze elections. This is why I have not booked a return flight. I haven't. I'm waiting to see what's going on. Bijanetimad, 8047. This systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. Circa FBI memo, July 2025. I love how it aged. Well, it revealed quite a bit, as we will see. J.H. Scott 6, love that mock Taibbi current conversation by you guys. All that was missing was RFK Jr. Maybe, I've got RFK in one of my segments. Maybe we'll have Keaton fill in the voice there.
Yeah, maybe we'll do
Gaba 44, you guys could easily sit in for Racket News. I get so frustrated watching them. Frustrated. It's nails on a chalkboard bad.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen shit on public access cable that is head and shoulders above that show. It's unwatchable. John Smith, superb acting, boys, Oscar worthy. Should clip that bit separately.
Yeah.
Burning the Land. They made a Spanish corrido, Mexican country song for Alex Pretty, and it's pretty good as well. I bet it is.
I bet so.
I'd like to hear that, actually. Slay 123 DTI, very curious. Is there cultural responsibility for all this pedo stuff happening in your culture? So I mean, not really. Like, if you're asking, is America saying, why do we have this problem? No. I look, in terms of like the general population, I don't know that America has that problem more than any place else does. Amongst the elites, amongst the upper class. If you've ever seen Professor Zhang, he talks a lot about this in a way that I think is pretty smart. That when you get to that elite level of society, committing these kinds of crimes, transgressing social boundaries is part of the bonding experience. It's part of cementing your class status. It's like in Vietnam, if they assaulted a woman and you didn't take a turn, they might frag you and say, Charlie did it, right? Like you gotta show that you're down, right? So I think that might be part of it. I think also when you're that rich, you become psychopathic, you become sociopathic in many cases, and you get bored and you start to more and more transgress. And people are very affected by what the people around them find acceptable. Once you get into these circles, what's acceptable there is this, right? So, and a lot of these people, to even get that rich, you got to be a dark person. Let me ask you, watching, can you imagine having Elon money? Can you imagine having $500 billion and not giving away most of it to help people? Like, can you imagine sitting on that kind of money? to have
Right.
that kind of money, you got to be a sick bastard. You got to be the kind of person who doesn't even think like that I could help literally millions of people with this money. You got to be a sick person. So you're already dealing with sick people. And then you say, yeah, man, you could do this without consequences. And they're the kind of people who want to do it. Heavy snack. Nick Shirley looks like Quentin Tarantino in Pulp Fiction. It's fitting, as I imagine Nick refers to Minnesota as dead end storage. He probably does. They haven't caught him on camera saying that yet, though. With that guy's IQ, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Is of a show. Bruce didn't sing about Gaza, just saying he's not all that. Yeah, that's what we said.
Yeah, that's what we said.
He hasn't even said anything. Bono is more based than
Yeah,
Bruce
but who did?
Springsteen.
I mean, very few people did.
Very few
Very
did,
few
but
people
eventually, I mean, even Bono felt a need to make a mealy-mouthed, stupid statement about it, right?
Yeah, the only two artists in that montage who I know for a fact were very outspoken about Gaza were Carsey Blanton and Dave Matthews. And I'm not saying the others weren't. The others are pretty minor artists, so I don't know.
Right.
There could have been.
Yeah,
I don't want
yeah.
to disparage anybody. But
I would imagine some of them.
I would imagine some of them have, but those are the only two I know have. Yeah.
Well, that's like the other night when we covered the TikTok thing.
Yeah.
You got all these libs complaining about them censoring ICE, not saying a word about the elephant in the room of what they're really censoring.
Right.
Cami Lazar D. Luang Prabang was former royal capital of Kingdom Lanxiang in 1353 to Kingdom of Luang Prabang ending in 1975. Yes, that's when the monarchy was overthrown. Look, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I didn't even know Laos was considered a communist country until relatively recently, until I was doing my research about coming over here. So you will see in some of my pictures the hammer and sickle.
Right.
That hangs in a lot of places, not every place, but a lot of places you'll see the Lao flag crossed with the hammer and sickle flag together.
And obviously Roger Waters. I know the chat is saying Roger Waters. I'm talking about of the people featured in that article and in that segment there. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, of course, Roger Waters.
Of course, Roger Waters.
Media Le Grand Soir. Ring them bells, ye heathens.
Thank you very much. All right. I'll take one more and then I'll.
Zashan 100. Amazing as always and free Palestine. Yes.
Thanks very much.
All right. Do your thing.
EO Shush was their strategy. For every Latino voter we lose in Texas, we'll gain 2 closeted incel Nazis living in their mom's basement. Yeah, that was their Chuck Schumer moment. For every Latino voter we lose, we'll gain 2 incel closeted Nazis.
That was great.
There were a lot of them in the Dallas Fort Worth area.
So far, that is the chat of the night.
Yeah,
that was great.
The Port Barrett, thank you. Jay wins.
All right, so listen,
$20.
I'm gonna get up and close the shutters there because this is glaring on the screen.
Right. Very well.
I'm afraid it might. Yeah.
All right. Jay Wynn says if Australia jails the founder of Upscroll, we'll know it's legit. If they don't, it's an op designed to collect the names of anti-Zios. Thank you, Jay Wins. Cool Blue says in 2024, Texas, Trump won by 13.68 points. Republicans won state's U.S. House vote by 18. In 2026 Texas, ours will underperform that House margin. Quite so, its U.S. Senate seat is a toss-up, backfiring on Trump. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think Texas is definitely winnable in the Senate. I think of the 7 key Senate races, they're all actually winnable for the Democrats, except Florida. I think Florida is not going to happen for them. But all the others, I think Ohio, Iowa, Maine, North Carolina, and what are the other 2? Ohio, and there's one other. I forget. But yeah, I think most of them are doable. Not easy, but doable. Laotian 18-year-old. I got kids if you want to buy kids. $50 a head. That's mean. For work, not play. Definitely not play. Thank you, Stoop Sign. T-Bone says the Jimmy Dore show and Jimmy Dore accounts are really him. He said so on his last show. Oh, there you go. All right. Trust me, I heard it live. DD rocks. T-Bone. Okay, good. Because I assumed, because especially on new platforms, there are a lot of impersonator accounts. But that's good. So if that's him, then yeah, then definitely go follow. Raven Last said there's so many people implicated in those files, I wouldn't be surprised to see Yoda in there. Very naughty I have been. Kim G, please do Kern and Taibbi for Halloween. Your impressions are hilarious. Yeah, that could be a funny Halloween show.
I mean, that would be funny if we did that
for Halloween. Michael Tracy, absolutely positively, without a doubt, brought to you by Shmuley Lube. Used it in his hair, hence the hairline. Vienticus Prime, if you two are going to bring on Michael Tracy again, just go full hog and prepare for an 8-hour interview. Yeah, that's a good advice, my friend. All right, let's move on to the Epstein Files, shall we?
Okay. As you might have heard, they released some new files. 3 million Epstein files. So let me preface this by saying, because I know we're going to get some of this, we didn't intentionally leave anything out. There's just too much.
No, there's no way to do all of it.
We talked about doing a other people segment that would have included Bill Gates and Mamdani's mother. We're not like intentionally avoiding that. But it just, with the time we have, it didn't seem like the most important part of this story. The possibility of snuff films, that kind of thing, seemed a little bit more important than some of that. I mean, there are just some the politician in Slovakia resigning. There are just a million rabbit holes, and people are still going through them. It's 3 million documents. Like, this is going to be going on for quite a while. Like, every time you look, somebody found another document that's interesting, and that's a whole other thing. So we're gonna cover what we think is the most important here. So snuff films are kind of important. So here's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche admitting that the DOJ excluded images showing death, physical abuse, or injury from today's Epstein Files release. Let that sink in. The government is acknowledging graphic evidence exists and chose to withhold it.
Of CSAM, or child pornography, was obviously excluded. Anything that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. And finally, anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced.
Wow. Well, if it's not produced, it must exist, right? Shadow of Ezra.
I mean, that could mean anything, really.
Yeah, it could mean anything.
He was talking about they were playing rugby. Rugby is very violent. It's very violent.
Shadow of Ezra. New Epstein Files confirm that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just trafficking children, but torturing them, possibly to death. In an email Jeffrey Epstein sent to an unknown person, Epstein states, "I loved the torture video." DOJ attorney Todd Blanche confirmed today at a press conference that they did not produce images showing death or physical abuse. Why is the name on that email being redacted? And here's the email he's talking about. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. Now, he could have sent him over a copy of Faces of Death, but somehow I don't think that's what they're talking about. Patrick S. Tomlinson. There are snuff films, like we've been saying. Trump and Epstein murdered children. That's why the total desperation. If it was only PDF files, Trump wouldn't be fighting this hard. He doesn't see sexual violence as a crime,
especially when it happens in sex.
But there is no statute of limitations on murder.
I think he'd be fighting pretty hard.
I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I don't
think he'd shrug that off.
Yeah, but I mean, he has a point. Like, if there are really snuff films in this, I mean, look, Professor Zhang's work definitely points in the direction that, human sacrifice. He has whole videos where he talks about the history of human sacrifice as part of elite bonding. Some of what came out here, we're not from the woke side of town. We don't do a lot of trigger warnings. this one I will, because this gets pretty rough, even if you don't have, personal trauma in that area. Like a lot of this stuff is pretty disturbing. All right. So Redacted reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. So on the right side, you have notable names in each of these. Donald Trump. Next one is Redacted reported she has a friend, Redacted, who was a personal assistant to Epstein in Florida from 1986 until 1991 or 1992. This friend shared names of some of the guests at Epstein's parties, to include Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. At age 16, while modeling, Caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, Caller reported she was essayed by Epstein. On another occasion, I don't even know why I'm bothering with this. on another occasion, 2 twin brothers, Alan and Orrin, lured Caller and her friend upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Caller stated Orrin raped her best friend, and a third brother, Tal, raped a 14-year-old girl named Redacted. Caller named other individuals involved in big orgy parties with her, other young girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Remember, they were buddies. The Clintons went to his wedding, right? Trump donated to Democrats. He voted Democrat for most of his life. Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California, between 1995 and 1996. Complainant reported Ghislaine Maxwell as the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Complaining, "Here are lifestyles of the rich and famous. We're going to explore sex trafficking and pedophilia." Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security that if she ever talked of what went on there or who she saw, he would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other cunts. Complainant claims to have video of high-profile sex parties, dealings with cartels, and having witnessed Robin Leach strangle a young girl to death at a party. Now, Robin Leach is, of course, long deceased now, so no way to question him. One of the most disturbing things here, I'm going to have to euphemism some of this, is just too much. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in, and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's by entering a finger and rated the children on tightness. The guests were elder men and included Elon Musk, Don Jr., Trump, Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump were there. Attorney Alan Dershowitz was also there with attorney Bob Shapiro. We were taken in rooms, forced to give oral sex to Donald Trump, forced to allow them to penetrate us. I was 13 years old when Donald Trump raped me. Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. Caller reported that in 1987, a friend, Victim 1, was out drinking and ended up at Trump Plaza. Victim 1 saw Donald Trump and wanted to meet him. An unknown man approached her and offered to introduce her to Trump. The unknown man gave Victim 1 a drink, and Victim 1 woke up naked and sore with $300 on the bed. Victim 1 didn't remember how she got to the room. She remembered seeing a flash of Trump's face. Victim 1 called the caller and told her she thought she had been raped. Victim 1 did not go to a hospital to have a grape kit performed because she didn't think anyone would believe her, especially because she was drunk. Victim 1's husband's business had problems with suppliers, and Victim 1 believed Trump was behind it. Victim 1 also started dating a lawyer, identifiers unknown, who was married. Victim 1 had a fight with her lawyer boyfriend and went to a bar. Victim 1 left a bar with a man who no one in the bar recognized, but who seemed familiar with Victim 1. Victim 1 was never seen again. A few years ago, remains were discovered that matched the description of what Victim 1 was wearing when she went missing. DNA tests at the time were inconclusive. In 2004-2005, Sir Ivan Wilczek hosted a party where Jeffrey Epstein, Sammy Sosa, and Donald Trump were in attendance.
You know, the problem with him is he was on that tee, so he's got these little squirrel testicles. He can't even do anything with the girls there.
Just so you know, I figured while you pause, I guess on the right are like notes, but by the FBI.
Right.
You know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Patti LaBelle's PR agent stood at the door. At the party, caller met an individual who was approximately 18 to 23 years of age, who was brought from Oklahoma for a modeling job, but then sold to a man in France. Several women were being auctioned, and a woman possibly known as Colette LNU was the madam. A couple of years later, caller saw Colette at the Cheetah Club in New York, and she told one of Santos' friends that Jamie Foxx was interested in spending a night with her and that he could pay her a lot of money. So the FBI note there, his phone number provided was bad, could not identify a valid number. The previous one about the woman going missing, no contact made, victim identified as deceased, and complainant did not have confirmed information. Okay. All right. This is one particularly disturbing email in the batch that's been going around. I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. This is from 2019. While on this yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar, but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from these intestines. He was also raped by George Bush I. Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation, copyright infringement. He's a rough character, that Michael Moore. Let me know if you want to discuss the former FBI agent that called this into the head office. Thanks. And the response was, thanks, redacted. I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Okay. So our friend Kurt Metzger responded to this or quoted it out. By the way, Pizzagate was real. And hey, okay, we do not want anybody bothering honest, upstanding, hardworking Italian American business owners. He doesn't mean Pizzagate was real in that sense, but it seems like their use of pizza as code may have been the inspiration and genesis behind the whole Pizzagate story. So
right. Not that the specifics of it were true, but that they do use coded language, and pizza is code for something in that language.
Ehud Barak sent Jeffrey Epstein an email about slicing pizza. An email most likely owned and run by former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak about slicing pizza was sent to Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2016 that Epstein replied was funny. The phrase to slice or slicing pizza was also used in emails from the global intelligence files released by WikiLeaks in a context that clearly did not apply to food. Friendly reminder that pizza is an FBI identified code word and a hood is a known Epstein associate who allegedly brutally raped and violently beat Virginia Giuffre. Well, you know, Michael Tracy has a thing or two to say about that. Jeffrey Epstein is Pizzagate, and it never was a debunked conspiracy theory. Anyone who told you that it is a liar who covered up for child rapists. Pass it on. Okay, well, the truth is somewhere in between. No, there was not a pizzeria running a pedophile rape, but it seems like the whole Pizzagate thing came out of this code. So here's the relevant email. Are you sure this might not be a Jim Jones Kool-Aid event? My slice. Oh, actually, let me go from the bottom. Head count. Who all is in the Austin office today who is going to want pizza? We only have one slice, and we need to know how thinly to slice it. Simply send a single response, filed, color-coded, double-sided, and appropriately labeled, signed in triplicate, and set on fire. And the response is, does the pizza offer include those of us who can't make the meeting because we're out here editing? Because if so, count me in. This email is color-coded in black and white. It will combust in 30 seconds. Are you sure this might not be a Jim Jones Kool-Aid event? And take that down.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. TKL, please eat my slice. So the FBI agents are using pizza. Clearly, they're not talking about pizza here. It's not clear what exactly they're talking about. Here's another very disturbing video that's been going around that most people dismissed, but now kind of takes on new relevance in light of a lot of what's in these files. They ate human flesh, in quotes. In 2019, 21-year-old Gabriela Rico Jimenez made statements alleging extreme abuse connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Newly released Epstein-related documents show that some elements she referenced were already known to investigators, though they stopped short of substantiating her most extreme claims. Jimenez vanished shortly after making the statements, and there is no public record of a follow-up investigation explaining her disappearance. All right, so here's that video, and you know what? Let me take down the volume. All right. Disgusting, they ate humans. I wasn't aware of anything. I mean, about the murders, yes. But that they had eaten humans. Humans. They smell like human flesh. And she disappeared without a trace. It's like a horror movie. Adam Cochran, JFC. Is everyone in Trump's orbit on this fucking island? The front runner for Trump's pick for Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, came to Epstein's Island for Christmas and brought a guest who had to be redacted, which is supposed to be for victims. Yes. So now let's see how many other people in Trump's cabinet are implicated in these files. So yes, not yet in the cabinet, but Trump's new pick for Fed chair makes an appearance in today's Epstein Files release. And you can see there on the right, Kevin Warsh and whoever he went with, that's blacked out. So he is an alumni of PDF File Island, according to these files anyway. Sarah Longwell. After meeting with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005, Lutnick said he vowed to never be in a room with that disgusting person ever again. Documents released today by Trump's DOJ say otherwise. Okay, so now I want you to look at this video so you can understand what degenerate scumbag liars these people all are and how good at lying they are, how convincing they are. Look at what Lutnick said. This is very recent, this interview.
massage table in the middle of the room and candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross. And so I look back at it as a gift.
Yes.
He gave me a gift.
Yes.
Of a void.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
So
that's
he
my
was-
story. A one and absolutely
Oh,
done.
that's a story, all right.
Yeah, it sounds like a story.
That's the Pigman story. Now, this came up. We were talking about how Tucker Carlson lied about knowing his father was in the CIA, and how he used a lot of techniques that, if you come from a theater background, as both me and Keaton do, these are acting techniques. He's latching onto an emotional hook and finding it, working his beats, working his levels. Lutnick there, man. I mean, that's, if in your acting class your student gave you that, you'd say, wow, man, that was great. That was great. I really believed it. But yeah, no, he's in there. He's in there. I was never in a room with him. I never saw him again. Here's from 2012. Hi, Jeff. We are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart's and Gia. How do you say that? Anguilla?
Anguilla?
Anguilla. On Monday at some point. Where are you located? What is exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Marcy Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children, 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. But don't get any ideas.
And no, that's not the menu.
That's not the menu. Thanks, Howard. And he responds, FYI, I will let y'all know what he says. This is Leslie Groff, an assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, presumably. So yeah, you see how the commitment he had to that monologue, to that whole story, how he worked his emotional levels and his beats. These people are degenerate scumbag liars. So remember that the next time the pig man tells you about how everything he's doing is for the American worker. Remember how comfortable he was telling this completely false story in this interview, man. And he did it well. He did it very well. Another one. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass along the below to you. Nice seeing you. Please read number 2.3. So clearly they did get together. Again, this is 2012. This is Christmas Eve, actually.
Right. So let me just, I'll be very, very quick here. So that exchange there, those emails, right? Those do not implicate Howard Lutnick in a crime, but they reveal him to be a liar about his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. So this is the point I kept trying to make to Michael
he's
Tracy.
talking about he's going there with a couple with the kids.
No,
clearly he's not
of
going
course.
there for
No, he's not. Right. But what I'm saying, this is the point I was trying to make to Michael Tracy. Like, even if there is no evidence of crimes here as it pertains to certain people, there's evidence that you lied about your relationship with a scumbag. And if you are the Commerce Secretary of the United States, then your character is subject to litigation in the public mind. And so isn't it in the public interest to know that he lied about that, even if he committed no crime? And there's no evidence in these leaks that he committed a crime. But beyond that, isn't there public interest to know he lied about his relationship with this criminal? I think there is.
What? You can never associate with Jeffrey
Right,
Epstein
exactly.
ever again for doing something that's legal in Kazakhstan?
Right. Exactly.
So, who else is in Trump's orbit who comes up? You remember this? This was just a few months ago when the first appearance of Elon in these files came. Sky News, Elon Musk and Prince Andrew named in latest Epstein Files release. Shame on Sky News for this utterly misleading headline. Anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt, almost as much as the people genociding the white people in South Africa. Epstein tried to get me to go to his island, and I refused. Yet they named me even before Prince Andrew did visit. Well, lo and behold, and we will have more on this later. How many people will you be for the heli to island? Is from Jeffrey Epstein to Elon Musk. Probably just Tallulah and me. What day night will be the wildest party on our island? Our island. Now, that could be a typo because there's like an equal sign there. Maybe it was supposed to say your island.
Your island.
But you will see later on that there are quite a few email exchanges for a guy who refused to go to the island. He seemed pretty interested in getting on that island. Midas Touch. RFK comes up in these files as well. Here's Epstein after being told he has permission to kill an unidentified man. Whoops. Epstein after being told Mary Kennedy was found dead in her backyard. Whoops. The autopsy showed that Mary Kennedy, then going through a messy divorce with estranged husband RFK Jr., had her fingers between her neck and the noose as if she was having second thoughts. A former NYC medical examiner said, quote, I have investigated many, many suicides by hanging, and I've never seen that. But you know what? It was too much for the show. There's a list somebody compiled of all the people associated with Epstein who have died under mysterious circumstances. That comes up in three of them, that they were hung and found with, like, their fingers in the noose. Three of them. Kind of strange. So here's the first email in question. We don't know what they were talking about, but somebody here redacted says, I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with Olga. He lied to you and he lied to me. And Epstein says, whoops. And the person in response says, no one will lie to you and get away with it from me. No one. Whoops is correct. And then this email from 2012, Mary Kennedy found dead in her backyard. And Epstein says, whoops to that. Again, that was that code for, well, something happened to her. We don't know. Here's another one where he comes up. If a slice of pizza was just a slice of pizza, the DOJ wouldn't be redacting both the sender and receiver on this. Alert, send pizza to Bobby. what? To be fair, that might have been like a minor bear cub or something.
Yeah.
And nothing to see here. This is not at all suspicious. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. failed to get proper permits to move wife Mary Richardson Kennedy's grave. Yeah, no, people do that all the time. Move their dead ex-wives who died mysteriously's grave. Permits are for the little people. The body of RFK Jr.'s estranged wife was illegally exhumed from her not-so-final resting place and reburied without the necessary paperwork, Massachusetts official told the Daily News. I'm pretty sure I left my watch on the body.
Yeah.
You got to dig it up. And this, even if you don't think he murdered her, and, I think there's definitely some suspicious evidence there. We do know this. He fucked so many women, as Ernestine Sanchez, while married, and wrote it all down, then made sure he put his journal where she was sure to see it. He's a fucking piece of shit. Cheryl Hines is a piece of shit for marrying him. And the meme here, the marvelous Mrs. Measles. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. And this comes up a lot. This is not partisan. It's not partisan. I've said this many times with the libs, with their Bill Clinton protection racket. Why do you jump out and protect these scumbags? Why? RFK is a scumbag. Like I don't care, man. He didn't want you to wear a mask, so this is okay. So you're okay with this? He's a hero for you because he told you didn't have to wear a mask during COVID because he was against lockdowns or vaccines. So because of that, the fact that at the very least, and I've read a lot of articles on this, he drove that woman to suicide, if not outright murder.
Well, that's pretty much well documented. I mean, that is well documented. Yeah.
He and his scumbag family, who closed ranks around their crazy drug addict, sex addict brother, closed ranks around him. She thought she was part of the family. Once they split, they completely shut her out. So yeah, like that's somebody you want to elevate. That's somebody you want to admire. And what's funny is, the people who will tend to elevate RFK are conservative. I thought you have family values.
Yeah, where's the family values?
I thought you have family values. Look what he did, man. He drove this poor woman. At the very least, he drove this woman to suicide with his infidelity. And
those are Martha's Vineyard family values.
Yeah, those are Martha. Yeah, I thought
Kennedy
that's what you're
family
against.
values. Yeah.
I thought that's what you don't like. That's the peasant mind, man. That's the peasant mind. Few responses to this release. Marjorie Taylor Greene, well, based on files released and then deleted, I'd say the odds went up on bombing Iran. It is Friday after all. Yeah, unfortunately. Hope she's not right about that. Connor Noor. Just realized Dick Cheney isn't even in the files. He just did all that for love of the game.
That's right.
And then finally, Brett Terhune. Can't believe they released the Epstein Files to cover up for the Melania movie.
Yeah.
And we will get to that later. So, yeah, hey, do we know all that's true? As you saw in the FBI notes, very often they weren't able to follow up or they didn't have a number. And again, if you're trying to hide out from very powerful, rich people who might murder you, you might become difficult to contact, or maybe you've been murdered. Maybe that's why you can't be contacted. The fact that, as you pointed out, all these people in Trump's orbit, in his cabinet, were all connected to him. And again, it's not a partisan thing. We didn't have time. I didn't feel like it was the most relevant thing. But yeah, you got the Bill Gates thing. You got Mom Donnie's mother. It's not just an indictment of Trump and his administration. It's an indictment of our entire ruling class. It is made up of sick aristocrats. And aristocrats, going all the way back to ancient Rome, have a history of using their power to sexually abuse underclass victims. This is a very old story amongst people who are unaccountable to the law. What this really tells you is an unaccountable ruling class has germinated in the heart, not just of America, worldwide, but seems particularly concentrated in America because that's where the money is. That's where the markets are, at least for now. And these people have become deranged and drunk with unaccountable power. And then they manipulate the public into thinking that they are just folks. They represent them. Howard Lutnick, you got the pig man talking about bringing back the American worker like he gives 1/2 of a quarter of an eighth of a shit about anyone who is not in his social class, anyone who doesn't have his wealth. Elon bought X to psyop working class people into thinking that these oligarchs and aristocrats are their friends. And as you can see in these files, as you can see in these associations at the very least, they are people who you would not be friends with if they lived next door to you. So why would you want to support and elevate them as leaders? Anything that they think is a good idea is to their benefit and to your detriment. That is what you have to remember about them. If you really care about these values and family, and if you really consider yourself a conservative, these should be the last people that you want to help that you want to support, that you want to prop up. I don't think there are a lot of people left, honestly, and we'll see it in the MAGA cope. If you look at the comments and responses, they haven't got a lot of people left, man. Like, you could see it. I think at this point they're down to like 100 million bots and six guys.
Yeah. Well, these are ruling class values versus middle class, working class values, or even upper middle class values. You know, most people, when they marry for love. They marry because they want to have a family. Most people are not transactional in the way that these people are transactional, and there's a cult-like quality and a sort of bonding ritual involved in seeing how far you can push the bounds or the limits of what is considered normal in certain circles, right? I mean, a culture of hedonism sets in among people who can have everything. If you can have everything, what do? You do what feels good. Well, what feels good? Well, sex feels good. Sex with young people feels good. And so how young could we go, right? I mean, this is the mentality at a certain echelon of society, especially when there's no accountability, especially when, as I'm sure we'll get into a little bit in one of these segments here, the guy was clearly intelligent. The guy was clearly connected. And so, it just becomes it becomes a cult. I mean, that's why they call these things cults. That's why theories arise around secret societies and the like.
Right.
David Icke tweeted out, he says, I've been saying this about George H.W. Bush for decades, and everybody called me crazy. Right? I mean, it's true. Like, and if you look at drops like this, and a lot of this was pulled back, which shows, again, just like stunning incompetence here. Let's say 1% of this is true. Let's say 99% of it is not true. We don't know what's true and what's not true. We're showing you what's in the files, which the government released to the public, by the way. Let's say 99% of it is not true. If 1% of this is true, it's the scandal of the century. And that's an understatement.
Right. Well, hang on. RFK wants to remind you that he used to hang out with the Grateful Dead.
Backstage.
Nice. You can read that one.
Backstage at Grateful Dead concert in 1980. Official Chuck Zito and 3 other Hells Angels from Amsterdam. They were also into raping women, so we got along pretty good. Well, the first days are the hardest days. Don't you worry anymore. Oh, I used to. Looks like easy street. There is danger at your door. Will you come with me?
She starts singing to the
in those days, I rejected the family money. I was selling BBJs and microdoses out of the back of a van. It was the best days of my life, I can tell you. That's when I developed my taste for bear fucking.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. That was a very odd thing for him to tweet out at this moment.
As long as we're reminiscing about the past. Something a little more pleasant to think about.
All right. What do we got over here? EO Shush says, was there strategy? Oh, no, sorry, I got all that. Here, take some super chats because I gotta update my Rumble rants here.
Okie doke. Palaganda, another of Bruce's phony protest songs is just vanity. He plays it safe. Where's his Gaza song? Yeah, I mean, we addressed that. Like, yeah, man, Springsteen's a phony, but you take your allies where you can. You can ally on this issue and come back at them on pretty much every other, right? We want to stop what ICE is doing.
Well, also,
so I think a song like this is helpful in that.
There's also large swaths of Americans who, let's face it, I mean, we talked about this with Glenn Greenwald on Thursday, who are only sort of activated when the fight comes home, right? I mean, what happens in Gaza is an abstraction to a lot of people. Now, I abhor that, obviously, but the reality is a lot of people are activated when stuff is going on in their neighborhood, right? So it's not to say one is that's not to excuse apathy over the genocide, but it's a reality that what's the cliche? All politics is local, right? So the
Right.
reason you're having this uprising in Minneapolis is because the shit's going down in Minneapolis.
Right. Nong nong nong. Don't ask Billy Bragg about Ukraine. Is he one of those?
Is he one of those? I don't know.
Okay, so maybe you could speak to this. I've heard Chumbawamba is a much more interesting band than the one song by them that everybody knows would indicate.
That I do not know. I do not know.
Well, this would indicate that, quoting a lyric from them. McCartney, come on down with crocodile tears to irrigate this ground, make of Somalia a fertile paradise. Chumbawamba's Slag Aid, 1986. So yeah, you wouldn't get that from.
Interesting.
Well, I get knocked down, but I get up again.
Yeah, exactly.
You wouldn't really expect that, but yeah, I've heard that from people. That
I don't know.
This really interesting band and nobody knows it because that's their only international hit. Red French Moon. What's happening in the USA and the West is like in RoboCop. It really is. The only difference is that ED 209 and OCP won and RoboCop lost in our reality, sadly. Yep. Truer words never spoken. Katrina Greshner. Please push Roe on his continued support for an unwinnable proxy war in Ukraine. Ixnay on the Ukraine nay. We gotta seal the deal. Teabagging society. Playing that Springsteen song to a child would be a great way to convince them to give Nick Fuentes a chance. All right, so I honestly, man, like that musical style, you make an interesting point because my Australian wife, she was a younger woman, and to her, like classic rock all fit into one category: hippie music. Like there was no real distinction between Led Zeppelin, Rolling Stones, Bob Dylan. It was all hippie music. It's just it's just all like a sound of a certain era. So yeah, like, do young people listen to this and like it? It's a good question. Kiragina, tramps like us, baby, we were born to felch.
Yeah.
There you go. You got the full treatment there.
All right, we got Rokana, 1:15 on Tuesday. It's in. I just emailed his people back live on the air. See, I just confirmed it. So Rokana will be our guest on Tuesday afternoon. That is confirmed. That is locked in. 1:15.
No more talk about Ukraine.
Yeah.
Jackie Daytona. We don't want him to come down with a cold. Jackie Daytona. I am aware there are plenty of disturbing things in this release, but can we please discuss the allegations against Bush Sr.? Much love. We had that.
We got it.
We got it.
We got you.
Nance the Rock. Good job, guys.
Look at
Thank you for the $99.99.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
You get a free washer and dryer.
Yeah.
Danny D. Too much sunshine? Rush, were you bitten by a Cambodian vampire? It's okay. You're in a safe space with. No, it's going to glare off the screen because it's right behind me and make it hard to see. That's why I took it. That's why I closed it. The shutters. Brent Uendo. If Iran war begins, all eyes on Al-Aqsa Mosque and economic collapse, leading to what Whitney described necessary to usher in CBDC. These satanic freaks are ready to fulfill prophecies. Well, you know what? I know we have another Tim Dillon thing coming up. He's great, man. He did another monologue that is exactly really what we've been saying it, and I agree with it 100%, where he said, look, this isn't a left-right thing. This is a fight between people who want to take away all your freedom of movement, your freedom from surveillance, and people who want to live free. That's the real fight. Right. Yes, exactly. And hey, yeah, you're looking at this big Democratic swing in the midterms, and we have no illusions that the Democrats serve the same agenda. That's what I'm saying, man. You know, the rainbow flags will come back out and they'll keep moving us in the same direction. Only they're going to be telling you need to be protected from, the white conservatives. And that's why they need a surveillance state, right? They'll just have a rationale that appeals to their base. Just as they did before they lost. Bjornen, 1979. Russell, my OCD. Please fix the window and or curtain.
I think he did since then.
Yeah. I'm going to shut the shutters. Carlos Martinez. I am so happy the whole world knows the truth now about the rulers. Also, I owe the HSJWs an apology. Trump was actually a racist, like they said. Yeah, that often occurs to me, man. I mean, a lot of the most extreme claims they made about Trump, he's lived down to them this time. That's for sure. Andy Gardner, somewhere Dan Bongino is sweating of that, we can be sure. It's those certainties in life that provide stability. I am going to find it really interesting when he goes back on the air, how that goes. Carlos Martinez, after 2020, I hate being on the same side as Bruce Springsteen and Stephen Colbert on ice. It confuses me. I love the undocumented, so I am, but it feels wrong. Still, if they are against Big Brother, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. And
yeah, but it shouldn't feel wrong. See, if it feels wrong, then you are, with all due respect and thank you for the donation, that's online brain. Like the issues are what matter, right? Like your alignment with certain media people who don't know you and are never going to know you, that's in your head. That's in your head. Oh, Stephen Colbert thinks that, so I shouldn't. That really doesn't matter. The issue is what matters, and where Stephen Colbert aligns with you, fine. Where he doesn't, it's also fine. Like it doesn't matter. That has no impact on anybody.
You can disagree on vaccines and agree that 5-year-olds should not be incarcerated. Right.
Yeah, I didn't totally follow that, but yeah, sure.
Well, Colbert was.
Oh, Colbert. That's right. Okay, yeah. Colbert. Right. Got it.
T Low 5 High. She said, "Let's hit the parking lot so I can sick your duck."
Yeah,
I like how you did that. Carlos Martinez. We have known this for a while, but those of us who went anti-woke also seem to have gotten played. Yep, I've been saying that since I went to the douchebag dialogues, man.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like Epstein had ties to 4chan. I think the plan was for the anti-woke to go full right. It failed, but they played us. It didn't fail. I mean, look at how much of that movement wound up at like Rescue the Republic. That's going to come up in my next segment. Yeah. Also, like, you want proof that I didn't intentionally leave out Bill Gates and Mamdani's mother. I just didn't have room for it. There's a whole thing showing that Ghislaine Maxwell was one of the main moderators on Reddit pushing a lot of this culture war stuff. That's my jam. I totally wanted to do that segment. I couldn't justify it with everything else we have. But again, this is going to be so ongoing. I figure I'll get another chance to do that. But yeah, no, there's a lot of evidence that came out in these files about how these elites are literally directly stirring those culture war antagonisms. All right, already got that. Race car. I was thinking about the 80s and 90s. I grew up poor, but there was always an abundance of food to eat. I don't think this is true for kids today. Hey, man, you're singing my song. For me, it was 70s and 80s. I grew up single parent on welfare. I never went hungry. Worst thing that ever happened, one Thanksgiving, my mother had to get cold cuts, and she felt so bad about it. I never forgot this, man. You're a little kid, man. You see your parents upset. You want to comfort them. So, she poured like jarred gravy on it, and I ate it. I said, "It's not bad, Mom." And like tears came to her eyes. I never forgot that, man. That's the worst I could say ever happened. Yeah, man, I was always well fed. Vito P. It's Vito, FBI code for St. Louis pizza. Seek out and avoid. The following message is not necessarily the opinion of DD, but is mine. Cancer sucks. You all rock. Thank you, Vito.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Vito.
it's some rough pizza, man. Okay, you know what I am doing though? There's a pizzeria called Secret Pizza in Luang Prabang that only opens on Tuesday and Friday, and it's supposed to be great. Now, I am assuming it's Italian style pizza. That is going to be the first pizza I've tasted here. I have not. There is pizza pretty available in the places that I've gone, but I haven't tried it yet. I'm trying to grow as a person. The hell you going to come to Southeast Asia and scream about their pizza for? You know, I'm trying to be more enlightened in the spirit of the Buddhist temples that I'm surrounded by now. Marvin Vargas, Kevin Marsh, son-in-law, Ronald Lauder. Yes. World J Congress. Yep. Scratch one of these people, you find Zionism. Burning the land. Andre Romer is the person in charge of PDF file rings in Mexico. He fled to Israel to escape the arrest order from the Mexican government. Yeah. Carlos Martinez. I remember at the start defending Tim Pool. Now Tim says he is the boot. I left him years ago, but still the SJWs were kind of right. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. They were more right than we wanted to acknowledge. Yes, I'm with you. Skyman. Some major chaos is going to happen. Literally everything is on the table now. There is nothing these people won't do, not to mention what will happen when they start turning on one another. Motherfucker, that's why I don't have a return flight, man. I can see what's going down. Brad Gilbert told you don't trust polls. Trump is at 20-25%. You might be right. And we'll take this one last one from Brad Gilbert. Ike was on Redacted for 2.5 hours on Friday's drop. Oh, yeah? I'd actually be interested to see that.
Yeah, that would be interesting. All right, let me do some Rumble rants over here. Saw Ro Khanna on RBN with Nick. He tore Ro a new one. I wouldn't be surprised if Ro already knows you and the show, Keaton. No, he didn't know me. He didn't know me. I know that for sure. Russ, check your phone and let me know what you think. Yeah, I know he didn't know me. He didn't know I had a show. That's why I was like, because I knew he wasn't going to want, I mean, I figured he would probably say yes if I invited him on, since he reached out to me, and like wanted to talk to me. And so, yeah, I was like, all right, well, let's hook him in. We got him. Raven Lance, RFK Jr., the worst thing you'll find about me in those files is that I brought acid and horse tranquilizers from the Tony Tocqueville's father in the 80s, and that I went to a donkey show wink in Mexico. Thank you.
But who hasn't?
Yeah, Furrows Queen, where do I get double speed over in the UK, or is it an Asia thing that you do double speed to watch Trippy TV? Also, I'm an only child and prefer solo travel. Just been to Mexico to see Dave. Okay, all right, cool. That's fun. That's fun for Rose Queen. We gave Dave, gave Dave a good shout out in the last segment.
Assuming I go back, I'm not gonna stay in America in the first half of the year. Like, that's the theory. I'm thinking maybe Mexico for like January. Thinking about going there, but like not running around like this. Like just like staying.
Yeah, no, you need a beach, some tequila, some rum. That's a vacation. That's how to do it. Vienticus Prime, not that I'm one for patting myself on the back, but considering I can't think of any other chant that's more fuck the system, I'm glad if the little ditty catches on. Of what other chant that's more fuck? Oh, okay. The Stoop Sign says, yes, Russ on the rise of kink and decline of nations. All three of the Asperger's women I've been with have been into BDSM. Very awkward. Ew. Also, East Germany was freaky with pregnant hoes. Thank you, Stoop Sign. Raven Lance. Yeah. Over under 60% that Trump is no longer in office. Resignation, prosecution, passing away by year's end. I said I think he is going. I think you're going to see resignation rumors heat up. My big prediction, and I don't know if it's going to happen in the calendar year, but I think around the time of the midterms, maybe even before, maybe a little after, they're going to start negotiating some kind of an exit for him. Because look, Vance is so clearly the piece of the puzzle here that's going to bring this project into true fruition, because he has 8 years. He's the Peter Thiel. liaison.
Right.
He's the Elon guy. He's the tech guy. He's the Palantir. He's the guy who pulls it all together. They need him to at least be viable. And I think if Trump sticks around for 4 years, Vance is not going to be viable. They need Trump to resign so Vance can get his own record going. And maybe he signs a few bills that people like or whatever. Because at this rate, Newsom is going to win in 28. And I'm not saying that all will be right with the world, but Alex Karp doesn't want Gavin Newsom. Okay, Palantir wants Vance. Vance is their guy. He is their guy. They need him viable, and I don't think he's viable if Trump stays around the 4 years. I really don't. So that's why I think they're going to negotiate some kind of exit. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's my theory. I am the owl. You tell us you're not Intel Ops. Then Keaton runs cover for Russ as he spent the last 2 weeks vetting Thai lady boys for future Mossad agents. DD only fights for the transgender everything agenda. Thank you. I am the owl. Ken G. Imagine Taylor Swift doing protest pop. Yeah, exactly. Improv scene. Taibbi trying to interview RFK about policy, but RFK keeps redirecting to felching no matter what Taibbi says. Go. Oh, you're going to prompt me? I don't know that one. I was improving the other one. Maybe I'll come up with something on the Q&A. Ravid Laz. D. Wortham. R.E. Children drinking cow's milk. Look at the scientific evidence that cow protein, insulin, or antibodies are factors in developing type 1 diabetes. Otherwise, keep up the good work.
Okay, so you know what's funny? I can't get it here. Like I can't get cow milk. Like I guess there are probably specialty supermarkets that cater to Westerners where you can find it, but you can't just find that. But you know what you can get? Condensed milk, because they use that shit a lot as they use condensed milk as a dessert topping. And that's what they use for like their Thai iced tea and Thai coffee. So you can get like a can of condensed milk, but you can't get milk.
Interesting. All right. Why don't we go right on to the MAGA cope, part 2 of our Epstein coverage.
Okay. Hey, there's been a lot of discussion about this latest drop, but not from everybody. Haven't heard from these folks. This is from James Lee. None of these people have tweeted about the latest Epstein Files release. I wonder why. There they are, proudly waving their banners around, their binders. Look at them. They're so proud. So proud. None of these people want to talk about this. Biggest jackass of them all. Jack Posobiec. Fake tough guy, Jack Posobiec. Here's Blakely. Everyone should understand that Libs of TikTok was always an op run by a PDF file protecting Mossad op Chaya Rychek, who used LGBTQ plus as a scapegoat so people would direct their hate at them instead of their bosses. And that goes back to what our friend and contributor was saying. Yeah, the whole anti-woke thing was a grift to channel you into Zionism. That's what I saw at the douchebag dialogues. I couldn't believe all these people, because they set themselves up as the avatars of protecting the Western value of free speech, right? And here's the first really major crisis of speech since arguably the 60s and 70s, where you have that kind of crackdown on speech on such a mass scale. Like you had it with Occupy Wall Street, but that wasn't as big as the Palestine protest. And so I go to the douchebag dialogues. I think they're going to be speaking against the crackdown. They're speaking against the protesters. They're all speaking against the protesters. That's when I saw what that was. Tim Pool. This is a man who really doesn't know how to keep his grift going in the face of these files. Whoa, wild, huh? Trump's accused of being a PDF file compromised by Mossad. LOLOL. WTF, right? Right, guys? I said something about it, but I didn't say anything. Please don't unsubscribe. Please don't unsubscribe. Yeah, what a pathetic clown. What a pathetic clown. Okay, you got a grown ass. I mean, at this point, kind of, into middle-aged man wearing a fucking skater beanie. It's not surprising that he would end up being the kind of guy who'd scream about being the boot. I am the boot. Guy, that's like right out of 1984, right? The endless boot smashing a face. Sky News. Being mentioned in the Epstein Files is not a sign of wrongdoing. Funny how, they never had that view before. As our friend Nick points out. These are the same people who think you are a terrorist for simply supporting Palestine.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
exactly.
they want you to give benefit of the doubt to the PDF file capitalist elite.
Oh my God.
Yep. That's how they break your brain, man. That's how they
It's
break
not a
your
sign
brain.
of wrongdoing. I'd say it's a sign. I'd say it's not
Yeah,
proof. I'd say it's a sign.
I'd say so. Well, and
You know
these
who's not in the
outlets
Epstein Files? Me, because I didn't do nothing.
Me neither.
Hey, you know
Me
who's not in the
neither.
Epstein
You
Files?
know who's not? Luigi.
Yeah. What about Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa? I'll have Elon Musk know that. He's nowhere to be found in those Epstein Files.
Nope.
No.
He's not in there. Nope.
Xi Jinping, nowhere. Maduro, nowhere.
Maduro, not at all. Castro, not in those files.
Putin's there, but only incidentally, because they're talking about the dirt on Trump that exists from Russia, but not as a participant.
Right.
He's what they call a bit player in the Epstein Files. Yeah.
All right. So you want to talk about somebody who has to keep his grift going. Especially with Elon, right? That's his whole racket now. Yeah, his son on a little bit. When you're bankrupt, you can't really accumulate anything. But Elon and Peter Thiel are the only thing between Alex and a refrigerator box on the sidewalk. So here he is, man, pimping out the hard-earned credibility he built up since the early aughts when he was saying things about 9/11 that now are in common parlance. He was the only one saying them. Sad to see what he has been reduced to here.
Bill Gates and other globalist kingpins have been devastated by the release of over 3 million Epstein files, marking a giant victory for American populists that forced Congress and the president's hand. In this detailed report, Alex Jones, who I'm going to talk about in the third person, even though this is my account, explains the rest of the story that is not being told. Leading up to the late December 2025, Democrats and an army of unstable individuals, myself not included, flooded the DOJ with false reports trying to connect Trump to Epstein, but these can all be proven false. There have been many other deceptive attempts to edit real files released by the DOJ by removing editing information to make Trump appear guilty when in reality he is innocent. Finally, Jones, makes the point that although no evidence connects Trump to Epstein's crimes, he did tacitly support a cover-up to protect Western intelligence agencies.
All right, so let's see a little bit of that.
20 years of court records, lawsuits, FBI interviews, city police interviews, county police interviews, and notice it's just recycled chain does that were proven to be liars or didn't even exist, that law firms filed, schizophrenic crazies, all sorts of garbage like that. But all the credible witnesses, including the victim, said Trump never did anything to him. Trump wrongly, because of all the national security issues, the connections to CIA and Mossad and MI6, did at first basically say, let's move on, let's not look at this. I investigated all this 10 years ago before I endorsed Trump. I'm just defending the facts here and saying we need prosecutions of the deep state, we need to go after the CIA and Mossad and MI6, and we need to bring the globalists to justice.
That is sad, man. That is what you call broken man right there. That is a broken man. Everything that Alex Jones built his career saying was happening is happening. And because he's been sued for $1 billion, he has to run cover for the people who are doing the thing he said was happening that everyone said he was crazy for saying.
Yeah,
the
there should be vindication.
PDF files are being revealed, and he has to get in bed with them because he got sued for $1 billion. Wow, man, that is ironic. Call Alanis Morissette. Isn't it ironic?
That's a good point. Ironic? There should be vindication for him, but he can't.
This should be the moment that he is vindicated of everything he's been saying since 9/11. He should be taking a victory lap. He should be almost getting mainstreamed, right? He should be getting interviewed
CBS
on like
News.
CNN now. He should be anchoring CBS News
instead of Doka Pill. Bring in Alex Jones.
This is Alex Jones, and this is how it is tonight, February 5th, 2026.
Tonight we have a special on the history of the American diner, going back to the 1830s.
And in the music block, we've got Chumbawamba, who actually is a much more interesting band than you might have heard.
Got
Okay,
a cold front coming up the coming up the East Coast. Make sure you bundle up out there.
Yeah. So Brett. So here's Brett. This is what do rats do when a ship is sinking? They flee the sinking ship, right? Here's Brett Weinstein all of a sudden trying to pretend he didn't say what he said and didn't do what he did. What happens next will only make sense in light of what happened on Friday. Something huge is in motion, and you and I will pay for it. He's been doing this for a few months now. He's been trying to show independence from MAGA. He can see where this is going. But yo, Brett, ain't that you? Ain't that you? Ain't that you in that painting on the boat, right? With Trump, with the Eggman, Russell Brand over there. You got Elon, you got Tulsi, all these fucking criminal miscreants who are in these files, man. You put yourself on the boat. You organized a whole rally called Rescue the Republic to convince people that these people were coming to save them. And now you want to be like, oh, no, man, I'm with you guys. I was with you guys. No. It's too late for that now.
Just talk about highfalutin ways of saying nothing, too. Like, what a pretentious, pompous ass. Like, I feel like he and Bari Weiss would do a great podcast together because they would just talk endlessly about nothing, but put it in the most highfalutin.
Well, they were talking about wokeness and yeah, man. What they did to you at Evergreen College was messed up. You know what grown ass adults are able to do? Not take a negative experience and project it into every situation and have it just completely undermine their common sense, morals, and decency, and connect themselves like a barnacle to a movement full of very obvious crackpots, weirdos, freaks, and criminals. We were able to see that that's what they were. That's what I was saying at Rescue the Republic. That's why Dave Rubin, he started to get a sense of where I was coming from when I interviewed him. He stopped the interview. They didn't expect anyone with that point of view to be back there.
Right.
Because everybody who would have been in the press tent was one of these people trying to get in on this grift, trying to be one of these people. So, yeah, it's too late for that, Brett. It's too late for that, Brett. We remember you with fucking Jordan Two-Face. But hey, man, it's not just the so-called intellectual dark web. It's not just these grifting podcast bros. Remember, the liberal class has a big investment in preserving your faith in elites and governance by elites. They are a wing of the elite class. So what do they tell you here? Epstein emails reveal a bygone elite. The disgraced financier's recently released documents are steeped in a clubby world that is all but gone. Mel, again. The New York Times would like you to rest easy and know that the elite world outlined in the Epstein Files doesn't really exist anymore. Yeah, of course it doesn't. Austin Allman. Ezra Klein is one of the most dangerous people in our politics. His project is solely about washing the crimes of the most evil people on the planet with a soothing podcast voice so that the highly educated liberals the system works for don't ask too many questions. That is, earlier in the show, Keaton offered the controversial opinion that Thunder Road is a perfect song. I would argue that's a perfect sentence. Yeah. So this is Ezra Klein here. I think I should say before I start this episode where I am on the Epstein story. If you forced me to give you my best guess, I think this guy had a lot of powerful friends and that he was a predator and a PDF file, and those sides of his life were mostly separate. Yep, that's exactly what Austin said here so well. That's his job. That's Bruce's job. That's Bruce Springsteen's job too, man.
Yeah, I know your life got a lot worse under Obama, but you just got to vote harder. You got to vote harder. You got to vote for my friend Joe, Delaware Joe, working guy just like you.
You know who hasn't said anything? This motherfucker hasn't posted in 2 days. You know he's in complete shambles right now.
More than that by now.
Of course, from the inimitable Nick Cruz. Yeah, so when he dropped this about Michael Tracy, it was at 2 days. When I tweeted, it was at 3 days. Now it's at 4 days. Michael Tracy still has not tweeted anything about this.
You should invite him on Tuesday with Rokana.
Well, that was such a hit with our audience.
Very pleasant time.
That'll be a fun show. So, hey, remember this? Remember this? This was back in September. Elon, shame on Sky News for this utterly misleading headline. They say Elon Musk and Prince Andrew named in latest Epstein Files release. Anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Epstein tried to get me to go to his island, and I refused. Yet they name me even before Prince Andrew, who did visit. He's in very high dudgeon. But boom, from TMZ, Elon Musk exchanged emails with Jeffrey Epstein to plan a trip to Epstein Island, January 30th. How many people will you be for the heli to the island? And Elon responds, probably just Tallulah and me. What day night will be the wildest party on, he probably meant to type your island. It's an equal sign where the Y would be. You are welcome to stay or just come for the day. Plenty of room. I will send heli to get you. This was actually written on Christmas Day, 2012. And Elon responds, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year. And so once my kids head home for after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. I'm looking to hang out with preschoolers in a K-hole. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say that part. Understood. I will see you on St. Bart. The ratio on my island might make Tallulah uncomfortable. What does that mean? What ratio? Exactly. I'm assuming he means ratio of women to men, probably. So here, this is jumping ahead a little bit. Again, December. Seems like they like to assault children at the holidays. You know, a little Christmas cheer there. December 13, 2013. Will be in BVT/St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? Any day, 1st to 8th. Play it by ear if you want. Always space for you. Okay, probably the 1st then. And the response from Epstein, the 2nd or 3rd will be perfect. I will come and get you. And again, if you look at the tone of these, this is not a guy who hasn't been there before. This is not arranging a first-time visit that fell through or didn't happen. It's very, there's always room for you. Yeah, okay, we'll pick you out. Who's got, like, clearly he was on that island more than once based on these exchanges. More of the same exchange. I need to fly back to LA on the night of the 2nd. Actually, I could fly back early on the 3rd. We will be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island? On the 2nd. And then the assistant, Leslie Groff. Just a reminder, Elon Musk was asking about coming to your island on January 2nd. This one was just breaking when I was working on this. And they're characterizing it as Epstein trafficked 3 girls to Elon Musk. We don't know if that's exactly the case, but this was sent to Elon Musk from the assistant. Hello, Mary Beth. I have now sent you a copy of all 3 girls' passports. Sorry, redacted is upside down, but I figure you will print. Jeffrey will have his ID with him. Thank you, Leslie, assistant to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this one Elon likes, and he claims this one is real because he thinks it's exonerating, but I don't think so, as we'll get into. There are a lot of fake emails flying around, but this one is real. It is easy to tell when something is written by me or fake. My writing style is clear. Now, that's funny right there, because this doesn't read any different from any of those other emails. Like that's a Jedi mind trick for regarded people who think Elon Musk is credible, right? Like Yeah, it doesn't sound anything like him. Well, how? It doesn't sound.
He don't work like
Explain that. Explain that. What is it about this that makes it sound more like Elon than the other ones? Because they all read the same. The way the language is used, the syntax sound the same. Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein, any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly has many interesting people coming to the House, to which Elon responds, I run and lead product design engineering for two complicated companies. Moreover, SpaceX is about to launch what is arguably the most advanced rocket in history. Flying to New York to see UN diplomats do nothing would be an unwise use of my time. To which Epstein responds, do you think I am regarded? He was rather fond of that word. He may, if he were alive, he could have co-hosted. Just
he was very
kidding.
anti-woke. He would have been a good speaker at Rescue the Republic.
Yeah, if they should have had him up there.
Should have had
Just
him up there.
kidding. Is there no one over 25? There is no one over 25 and all very cute. Now, Elon is presenting this as exonerating. I read it completely the opposite of that. Now, we know Jeffrey Epstein did have these dinner parties where Noam Chomsky and Steve Bannon and everybody would be there. So Elon presumably is rejecting, I don't want to hang out with those clowns. I don't need to talk to Woody Allen. Fuck Woody Allen, right? That's basically what he's saying. And what does Epstein respond? I'm just kidding. That's not the kind of gathering I'm inviting you to. They're all under 25 and very cute. Why would he respond like that? Elon would have you believe that this is Epstein trying to rope him into his circle and him refusing. You wouldn't respond this way if you didn't have a previous kind of relationship and understanding of what
they had an understanding.
Elon
It's
Musk
pretty
is
obvious.
interested in.
I mean, it's such
But
a joke.
he's
Everybody
trying
had
to
an understanding.
Of course, Elon's trying to present this as exonerating. And of course, simpery knows no bounds. Ian Miles Chong, if you want to keep getting boosted in the algorithm so that your talentless hack ass keeps getting way more views than your content would merit, you better kiss that out. You better pucker up and kiss that white supremacist South African ass. You better pucker quick. Fact, Elon Musk is in the Epstein Files for rejecting Epstein's offer to go to his island. And so his haters and detractors are putting out fake and fabricated emails to paint him as the opposite of who and what he is. Now, I don't know who Martin Schenk is. I don't know how much he gets from Elon to publish this kind of thing, but fact check. No Epic Island vacation email thread with Elon Musk in Epstein Files released in January 2026. And Graham from ET. So you're saying that this is fake then? That's weird, as I downloaded it from the DOJ website. It's from the DOJ website. No, it is not fake. Now, this is also interesting. So many of these people who glom onto the conservative movement are fucking perverts. They're perverts. They're perverts that if they were libs, they'd be getting pilloried by libs of TikTok. But they're accepted as long as you toe the party line. There's Ian Miles Chong, some Obama tweeted this out. I could never have guessed you'd be running to defend the pedoligarchy. Redditors should be allowed to perv on 12-year-old girls on Reddit jailbait without being called out by Anderson Cooper. That's one. Stupid, sexy babies, they bring it on themselves. Another one. Well, why not? A good number of people on the sex register are only there because of draconian age of consent laws. He should do a podcast with Michael Tracy.
Yeah.
That will be the counterpart to the Taibbi Kern podcast. Ian Miles Chong and Michael Tracy can defend ebophilia, right? That's what you call it. You're attracted to 15-year-olds. But Elon jumps right on this. Somebody else tweets out, legacy media is doing it again, manufacturing fake news and blasting it worldwide. Legacy media is the worst propaganda machine on the planet. Elon retweets it. Legacy media lies relentlessly. So what's their evidence? They just kind of stamped lies on all the headlines. No proof. Just, well, see, it says it right there. So clearly these are lies. It says it. Epstein Files show Elon Musk apparently discussed plans to visit sex offenders island, host him at SpaceX. If you just stamp lies on it, it's a lie, right? That's how it works, isn't it? Okay, so now, according to this, there are some, in fact, fake emails among the ones circulating online. This is what Ryan Dawson said. Again, I don't know if this is true or not true. This is what he says. Don't fall for this crap. Yes, the email pictured below is fake, and I went with that. That's why I didn't include it in my roundup. This one going around. Hi, Jeff. I was thinking of flying down for an epic vacation. Redacted told me you were planning a party. Girls, FTW. I cleared my calendar. What are the details? Thank you, good sir. And then I'm so sorry, Elon, you just missed GE. He actually told me he was thinking of winding down the entire Little St. James operation. Bummer. If it starts up again, we'll be sure to let you know. Now, this was one of the most popular ones going around. Don't fall for this crap. Yes, the email picture below is fake. That's why you never saw me share it. What they are doing is creating and then debunking fake emails so that hopefully you'll throw the baby out with the bathwater. He did inquire about the wildest party and availability of an island meetup in 2012 Christmas and again 2013. So I went with that. That's why those are the only ones I included. Methinks thou dost protest too much, Elon. I've never been to any Epstein parties ever, and I have many times called for the prosecution of those who've committed crimes with Epstein. Well, so's Donald Trump. So's Donald Trump, who you called out for being in the files.
Yeah, you said he was in the files. That's the other thing.
Right.
Like, didn't you say Donald Trump was in the files?
Yeah.
Didn't you imply very strongly that Donald Trump was incriminated in these files less than a year ago?
Right. The acid test for justice is not the release of the files, but rather the prosecution of those who committed heinous crimes with Epstein. I say that with the full knowledge that people like me are so bulletproof that that's never going to happen. But by saying that, I can use that as evidence that I didn't do anything wrong, because why would I say that, right? Even though everybody knows that the richest man in the world is never going to stand trial for assaulting minors. So Dart responds, why'd you in 2013 try to go to the private island of a guy who pled guilty to charges of soliciting and procuring a minor for prostitution in 2008? Well, there you go. That's pretty straightforward. Somebody else replied just with this: search full Epstein library, put in Elon Musk's name, you get 1,122 results. That's quite a lot of results for somebody who didn't have anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein.
More than Cyril Ramaphosa.
Yeah, a hell of a lot more. Your fucking friends and business partners with them, asshole. You even helped one get elected, so stop with the I'm innocent act. Now, I got to say, this is most of what you're getting. That's why I'm saying, like, anyone who's still jumping up to defend Elon, you're really talking about the scum of the earth.
Well, that's it.
Like,
I mean,
most of the people, if you look at the comments, if you look at the responses, even on his own platform, he cannot drum up enough real engagement to put a good face on this. Now, let me just finish up with the SpaceX thing. So this is 2020. To the best of our knowledge, he never toured SpaceX. Don't know where that comes from. And boom, also in the files, Jeffrey Epstein. Thanks for the tour. You would have had fun at Christmas. And rather cryptically, Elon responds, I see, with a smiley face. I mean, if that's not a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, shared secret response, I don't know what is. That you wouldn't just respond to that if you were talking about the eggnog was wonderful, right? I see with a smiley face. That's implying something. Jake Shields. Well, this explains why Elon started boosting Zionist accounts, and the opposite to our accounts is what I've been saying the whole time. You believe Elon Musk likes Jews? Do you believe Elon Musk is not anti-Semitic? Like, really? Honestly, you think Elon Musk is not a virulent anti-Semite? So why would he be doing that? You think Elon Musk wants to support Israel? Why would he be doing what he's doing if they didn't have blackmail material on him? It's the only thing that makes sense. Please, Mr. Epstein, might I go to your pedophile island? Little Oliver Twist robot Elon there. And this kind of sums up the state of play for MAGA right now. You got the dead MAGA body with pedophiles and paid influencers trying to revive it. Yeah, man. Who could have seen this coming a year ago, huh?
Well, yeah, no, it is quite the nightmare, and there's a lot more where this came from. This is only what they released so far. I mean,
3 million.
And there's millions more. There's millions more. Like, it is really the lie of the century that case closed, nothing to see here. I mean, you look back at last July when the DOJ said, we've essentially closed this. There's nothing to see here, and that's it. Everybody go home. Really just pretty astounding. And because what this reveals is more explicitly what all of this has revealed, which is that, the concentric circles of people who at the very least had a very good idea of what was going on is just a lot wider than I think even the most sort of skeptical people even thought, And yeah, this just goes back to what I've been saying about this the whole time. Why are you exchanging emails with him at all after that 2008 case? Like, why? You're telling me you're not a scumbag for having anything to do with this guy past that point? Of course you are. Whether you're a criminal or not. And I'm not saying it's not important whether you committed crimes or not, but I'm just saying, like, what makes this worthy of public discussion and public knowledge is the fact that, yeah, you have, at the very least, to put it as benignly as possible, an entire elite class that saw nothing at all improper about associating with this man. Well after it was well known that he was, yes, a trafficker of minors. That's what procuring prostitution from a minor is. That's human trafficking, by definition.
By federal law.
Yeah, and the fact that all these people had really no problem with that, whether they partook or not, that in and of itself is grounds to investigate further, because these are extremely powerful people, and it all just comes down to that. It all really comes back to that. Whether there were sensationalist emails that were fabricated to make it look like Elon did something he didn't do, that's not the point, man. The point is there's emails there. It's searchable on DOJ. Okay. Right. I mean, you're in there 1,100 times, and those emails are not, I don't know how many of them are or are not, but it's clearly we've seen from the file drops, several of them dated post 2008.
Yep.
Any association with this guy from whatever 2009 on is incriminating from a character standpoint, if not a legal standpoint.
And just remember what degenerate liars these people are. Look at how Lutnick said, "Oh yeah, I saw the massage table. I never spoke to him after 2005." You got him hanging out with him in 2012. Same thing with Elon. Oh yeah, no, I don't know where the SpaceX thing came from. Now the document comes out that he gave him a private tour of SpaceX. It sounds like, no, these people are all liars, man. They're all liars. This is why when they go on these podcasts and try to present themselves as just folks and like the people's oligarchs, there's a precedent for that. I mean, you did have peasants who aligned with certain aristocrats as their champion, as their hero, as being for their people. That's what they're trying to do to you. But they have nothing but ill will towards people who are not of their class. But they are good liars. Even Elon's a pretty good liar. I mean, he speaks in a monotone, so it doesn't really make a difference what he's saying. I guess it makes it easy to lie, right? Like, what would the difference be between Elon telling the truth or telling a lie? Yeah, no, I never met Jeffrey Epstein. I know. Who is that? Who is Jeffrey Epstein? He would sound like he sounds on anything else. These people think nothing of just lying to your face. But what you are seeing, there's a very small minority of people who are still buying into this. Very small. Like when I did my research with, on Elon's chain, if that had been a year ago, you would have had Benny in the closet on that thread. The only ones you had were the real bottom feeders. Of course, Gunther Edelman, 100, 100, 100. right. Even Miles Young. Most of them want no part of this, man. Even Tim Pool is in shambles. He's like, yeah, wow, that's crazy, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Matt Walsh tweeted out, well, the left has no credibility on this because they didn't demand this under Biden. Yeah. And anything else to say? Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no, I mean, no one has anything to say about this because first of all, this is too core to the MAGA brands pre 2025. And that is something else that is just extra devastating about all this. But, when I talked to Greenwald the other day, we were talking about what he calls the right-wing empty men, referring to, this sort of projection of machismo sort of hiding a very sort of insecure and vulnerable ego underneath all that, suggesting quite rightly, I think, that, people create a sort of uber masculine facade when they know that they don't actually embody those traits in their lives. Right. And it's similar here, where they use the sort of anti-woke traditional family values brands, right, to try and connect with ordinary people. Well, that is a projection of a kind as well. These people don't live ordinary family values lifestyle. Even what's known about Elon, what, he got kids with fucking 57 different women, whatever the number is. Like, I don't know.
Right.
Like, these are not people who live like you. They don't like you. They don't value anything that you value. They exist in a completely different reality, in a completely different world. And any, ordinary person, even this, not even any working class person, just any ordinary person who thinks that they have anything in common with any of these people is just deluding themselves. And they have been deluded by these people.
Yeah, I mean, rule of thumb where I come from, the tough guys don't talk about it.
Right, exactly.
If they're going to do something, they do it.
Right.
Otherwise, they're silent. You don't find out that's who you're dealing with until you cross them.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Jake, can we throw up the scroll, please? Thank you very much. Got a long show tonight. Got a couple more things we got to do before we close the lights here. But after we close the lights, it is Q&A night over on Rumble. Members have call-in access, so PaduDissidents.com/Patreon/Substack or /locals. You get bonus content, call-in access to all of our Q&As, and ad-free versions of every live stream emailed to you the day after they air live. Those are the perks of membership. So thank you all very much for your support. We'll let that scroll go while we read some more chats. Username says, cast Gabriela Rico Jimenez her allegations and her disappearance in a completely different light now that it's corroborated by the files. Well, that's the thing. Like, wait, so are you telling me that all of this is fake? And even if 99% of it is fake, even if 1% of it is true,
it may be fake, but it's not gay.
Yeah. Looks like South Park was right with the fuck 'em all to death chant. Also, the Elite PDF Super Adventure Club. Yikes. South Park was close to Hollywood, but stayed independent. They did, yes. On a wrestling podcast, former WWE female wrestler is on Epstein list. She became pregnant as a teen, was harassed by Vince McMahon, and raped while employed, and she unfortunately unalived herself. Who is Trump's Secretary of Education to punish anti-Israel voices in colleges and removing Black History courses? Linda McMahon. That is right. Hummer Tulls, Lee Greenwood, and I'm proud to be an American. Yes. Username, I wonder if our war addiction is purely money laundering through the military-industrial complex, or rather if there's an addiction to trafficking those displaced by U.S. wars. Sam Fish, thanks for the $20. You're off base on P-Gate. The stuff about Hillary running it, the snuff video, likely disinfo. But the pizza owners being involved, some real dark stuff. Look at their IG posts and say it's a fake. Yeah, we cannot corroborate any of that. But thanks for that. I tried to send you that message on YouTube, it wouldn't let me. Thank you, Sam. Kevin, I predict Melania documentary will become a cult hit with the PDF files. Yeah, could be.
I think it already is.
Starting to think undergarments with exploding dye packs should have been required gear for minors left unattended near anyone friendly with this administration or prior. Trust, but armed with dye is best policy. Vienticus, I think we're past Orwellian and have made it into Ozymandian. Thank you, Vienticus. Furrow Screen says, I feel like calling in with ASMR tonight. I have a lot to say. Rage Against the Machine, Dave Matthews mashup, Russell making me laugh hard during Lights Out on the plane ride home, Maple Leafs, Broken Heart, Epstein interview with Bannon. What happened with the Maple Leafs? They break your heart? Would they lose? You don't need to hide in the shadows, says Vienticus, when you can blind someone with a lights. Vienticus Prime, have you heard about this thing that's called the digital Sharia coin? No, I have not. The political ideological divide has always been a means toward pauper side. T-Bone says, nice get, Rokana. I've never been a left or right and always felt that Ro was one of the few genuine politicians remaining. Kudos, gents. And Russ, it's pronounced Ghislaine. Yeah, I like Ghislaine. I like the way it sounds when I say Ghislaine. I don't know how Russ says it. I owe an apology to Dick Cheney. He was right about Trump. Who would know better if someone was a threat to democracy? Yeah. Cheney spent decades spreading democracy around the world. That's right. Thank you, EO Shush. Vienticus says, remember that interview between Chaya Reich and Taylor Lorenz that was basically lesbian abstinence? You know, those two were scissoring afterwards. Oh, yeah, they should put this in Star Wars. Mark Pugliese, Russ, thanks for reminding me of this old box from Living Color. Goo81, when will Thomas Friedman will write an article using animals to describe Epstein elites? Ehud Barak is a crazy overweight midget gorilla. Thank you, Goo81. Kemen, the new Epstein Files release indicates you guys need to do more episodes and debate Michael Tracy. Do a 9-hour series and call it Showa 2, The Tracy Files. Mary Ploppins, open the Michael Tracy Files. Vienticus Prime, I gotta say, I like how all those people use Gmail. That's true. They do use Gmail. El Casador, jizzed up Bezos has green-lighted another Trump documentary. It's a two-parter titled The Pegging of the Orange Man, Part 1, Smelly Faust Island Deal, and Part 2, Miriam 18-inch girth mounting era. Vienticus Prime and the police, military, and the agencies will all defend these people. All right, let's go to some super chats, please.
All right. DC, Chumbawamba is one of the greatest bands of all time. OG anarchists with an extremely eclectic catalog. Started as a narco punk, ended as a folk group. Yeah, man, I've heard this from people that this is the greatest band that nobody knows beyond this one international hit. I got to check them out. Hope Division.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Hope Division. Not See by Chumbawamba is awesome. All right. Brad Gilbert, rainbow flags are false flags. They are Noahide flags. Yeah, they're going to come back, though. They're going to come back in a big way because without that, see, both sides need the culture wars to not do anything for you, but give you the illusion that you're fighting for something
right.
That's going to progress society. If they're not going to do anything for you economically, culture wars is all they have. Rock McDonald, new horror movie idea without a Tracy. 0744 Pete. Tim Dillon has some great, hilarious stories of when he was an NYC tour guide. I didn't know that. He was a tour guide?
Yeah, he was a tour guide. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. He must have been great. Terraris. Apparently, Epstein was a transhumanist and friendly with Thiel and Brian Johnson. AI and transhumanism are seen as mechanisms for entrenching their supremacy. Yeah, make everybody a robot more than they already are. Jolly Man Big Boy. Remember when Joe Rogan told Matt Taibbi his voice sounded like Elizabeth Holmes, the Theranos girl? I never saw that. Did he say that to him?
No, I don't remember that. I don't remember. I think I've watched all of his appearances on Rogan too, and I don't remember.
Nong Nong Nong. It's annoying that Springsteen's next hit will be "Busted Up Russia with my hammer," and his newest fans will be all sure, I guess. Yeah, I mean that is the danger when you back a guy like that. Magnus Calagrimson. Russell says boot like a Canadian. Do I?
Boot?
Do
How
I?
do you I mean,
About boot? I don't do that.
Boot is a Canadian sounding word. Boot. Boot
Yeah.
sounds like a
I mean-
Canadian
I
saying
mean,
about.
you literally mean the way I would say boot because I don't
Right.
say a boot. I don't say
No.
that.
A
That's
boot.
Canadian.
What's that a
Yeah.
boot? That you're saying about like a Canadian, but no, boot is a Canadian sounding word.
George Kibala, Bruce Song's melody equals Steve Earle's Jerusalem. So you're saying it's not Desolation Row? It's another song that he ripped off?
I don't know Steve. I was never a huge Steve Earle fan. I just never really. There were a lot of people used to play Steve Earle songs when I would go and play at like open mics and bars and stuff. People used to cover Steve Earle all the time. And it's not that I don't like him. I just never really got into him, so I don't know that one. I don't know that song. But I heard Desolation Row too. And when I went back and listened to it, when Russ told me it was like Dillon, I heard Desolation Row, yeah.
The first time I listened, I was like, which Dillon song is that? This was the second time I heard it, and immediately I was like, that's Desolation Row.
Yeah.
Swiftiest John, Poor Hans Weber, hashtag justice for Hans, please don't stop. Who's Hans Weber, do you know?
That's my, that's the guy who, that was the guy from my improv, right? The guy who drew the noose around the mural. I think that's what.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Andy Gardner, Ms. Rachel. That's funny though. Ms. Rachel isn't. Ms. Rachel isn't in the Epstein Files. Neither is Greta Thunberg.
Yeah,
How about that?
That's
How
right.
about that? All right, we'll do this one last one from Tusker.
Oh, look at Tusker over there.
You guys are nailing the coverage of the Epstein Files. No war but class war, comrades.
Thank you,
Yes.
Tusker. Appreciate that very much.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, I got a little comic relief here toward the end of the show. We got two funny ones here. Here's a funny one. Bari Weiss took over the set of the Tim Dillon show. That's right. Doesn't she look a little different? Tim Dillon becomes Bari Weiss, talking about how she became the head of CBS News.
This is honestly, from the Free Press, this is honestly, and I'm Bari Weiss. We started this podcast 9 years ago because a white woman in Minnesota served a chicken quesadilla to a man and was immediately accused of cultural appropriation. That man's name was George Floyd. When J.K. Rowling had the audacity to suggest that penises and vaginas were different, we did a 72-part series on the fallout from her comments, including interviewing many of her slaves. After I was asked to leave the New York Times because I was too much of a rogue and a truth teller, I started the Free Press because I really wanted to encourage and foster open discussion and debate between people in New York, Miami, Tel Aviv. I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech. It's one of the things that I find most important. When David Ellison called me and said, "Would you like to run CBS News?" I had to think about it because I really enjoyed my blog, my 17 listeners, and this podcast. But I ultimately decided that $150 million was enough money to come into CBS News and turn it around.
That's great. That's great. And, like I said, in the previous two segments that I did tonight between, the election results and the Springsteen stuff, this is what I mean when you say there's a cultural shift, right? It is now open season to just ridicule all of these people. And Tim Dillon, as I understand, voted for Trump, right? I mean, it just shows you like how quickly things can change and how drastically things can change. And by the way, while we're on this topic, I think we're going to call this podcast episode on Spotify "Everybody Loves Epstein," because look at this, another Epstein, another Epstein connection here. You can't get away from Jeffrey Epstein. Past a certain echelon of society, they all know Epstein. Epstein was a very, very popular guy. The thing about Epstein, as we've seen tonight, is say what you want about him, he was very good about returning emails. Apparently.
Yes.
Apparently, Jeffrey Epstein was not a flake like us who don't return emails on time. Epstein was on top of his shit when it came to returning emails.
Well, that's the old saying, 90% of success is returning emails.
That's right.
The other
90%
10%
is returning emails.
Perspiration or something.
So Nellie Bowles, who's Bari Weiss's wife, Nellie Bowles was a New York Times reporter when she swapped talk about her personal life with Epstein. That's right. So she's in the files. Look at that. Now, of all my tweets, because I had some banger tweets that went pretty viral over this weekend. I had one to do 2.5 million. I did one, a few that got close to 1 million. My account was hot. But this is my most underrated tweet of the weekend in response to Nellie Bowles being outed in the Epstein Files. I wrote, breaking, Jeffrey Epstein no longer the least likable person in the Epstein Files. Yeah.
Well, did you?
That's a good one. That deserves to be the viral one. That should have, it's like, filmmakers who think, pearls before swine. Yeah, exactly.
Did you see the exchange she's writing to Jeffrey Epstein about how pussy is low carb? No, I'm not kidding.
Is that the one? See, but there's also this. I didn't know that one. CBS News star hire busted sending vile emails to outrageous Epstein. So yeah, this is the new big influencer that Bari Weiss is bringing on. Also an Epstein associate. It's just everybody everywhere. One of CBS's new star contributors appears in the latest tranche of Epstein Files over 1,700 times. The 52-year-old anti-aging influencer Peter Attia, hired by CBS News' MAGA curious editor-in-chief Bari Weiss earlier this week, was in regular communication with the disgraced financier until Epstein was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges and later offed himself, in 2019. Dozens of emails between Attia and Epstein outlined the pair's seemingly playful friendship. Attia joked with the PDF file and even voiced concern for his legal well-being after serious allegations were made against Epstein. In June of 2015, once again, way after 2008, June of 2015, Attia gushed in an email to Epstein that the worst part about being his friend is that the life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul. All right, so there you go. Another person who clearly knew what all this was about. It's just amazing. It's amazing how many people here. You are the biggest, the biggest problem with becoming friends with you, he left out, the life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul. And afraid not.
Okay, I have to issue a correction, and I'm going to thank our friend Tusker. Okay, so that was actually Peter Attia, who is a doctor who told Epstein pussy is low carb. I thought it was her.
It's him. It's not her wife, right?
Yeah.
Yes, this guy. This is the guy that was outed in. Yeah, I was about to say, did I really miss that one? No, I didn't miss that one. But yeah, Peter Attia. Another CBS hire in the Epstein Files. Nellie Bowles in the Epstein Files. Everyone is in the Epstein Files. It's almost like you kind of feel like left out if you're not in the Epstein Files. Like there's probably certain echelons of society where like if you're not in them, they think that, you're a weirdo. I guess, you're a loner, right?
Yeah. Right.
You
weren't cool enough to commit crimes with Jeff.
You weren't cool enough to be in the Epstein Files. But yeah, man, I mean, this is, it really is a kind of a boomerang kind of moment where, you looked at, I mean, just take stock. I mean, we're almost exactly a year in to Trump's term.
Yeah.
And think about what the culture was like last year. What did everybody see on the horizon versus where we are now?
Mostly transes dancing on the White House lawn.
Yeah, well, no, but I mean, I'm talking about when Trump took over, everybody thought that this crew represented what was going to be a new normal and a departure from peak woke. And now look at where you are a year in. A year in, I feel like it's just chaos everywhere you look. And I think Epstein is really emblematic of that. That the more these files drop, the more you see just how many people were in his orbit. As big and as loose as that orbit was, it's just kind of astounding to see. Just like everywhere you look, there's another Epstein associate. This is why people didn't want these files to come out. This is why there was so much secrecy.
This is why he told Marjorie Taylor Greene, "My friends are going to be hurt."
Right.
If these files come out, he knew what was in them. And again, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino saw this shit and went in front of a camera and said, "Why would I not tell you?"
Yeah.
There's nothing there. Come on, man. These guys all lied to you, man. These guys are all everything they told you they were fighting against. This is what they are. They didn't have a problem with the deep state. They wanted to be the deep state.
Exactly.
They wanted to take it over and use it to their own ends, to protect their own friends, to further their own interests, to further their own careers. The question now is, as the late, great Sean Connery once posed to Kevin Costner in the film Untouchables, what are you prepared to do?
Right.
What are you prepared to do, Americans? All right. So everything Alex Jones said that people dismissed as a fever dream 25 years ago before they broke him with that lawsuit. It's all true, man. You're ruled by satanic PDF files. What are you going to do? Are you going to overthrow this system? The system doesn't work. You can't fix it democratically. And I'm not saying don't vote for what little good it does, but you're not fixing it. You're not fixing it. Yeah, we're talking about this blue wave. I have no doubt that the blues come in. They're just going to continue to build a surveillance police state from a different angle with the kind of rationale that libs like, that you have to do it to stop white supremacist militias, right? That they'll just take that approach. Are you going to see people getting shot in the head on the street like that? Nah, man, because again, their base doesn't like those kinds of hijinks. Trump's base does, or they think they do. They pushed it a little too far for some of it. You have a hardcore base. Those are the ones you see who are parroting that Renee Good had it coming because she tried to drive away from these fucking maniacs. Right? There are some of them. Maybe if they had been brown, they wouldn't. In fact, I would say almost 100%. If they had been brown, they wouldn't be getting this kind of pushback, because you see videos of black people getting shot in their cars like that all the time, without it being a big thing.
Oh, sure.
Quite obviously. But yeah, man, it's the whole system. It's a bunch of satanic PDF files. When they need to tack to the right, they signal one way. When the other supposed other partisan power, they signal another way to the suburban libs, depending on which of those is politically ascendant, depending on what people are sick of. But when you look at the overall trajectory of it, it's just relentless march toward authoritarianism, surveillance, and taking away your freedom. That is the agenda. So what are you prepared to do? Because voting is not going to cut it. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. Nobody who is any meaningful threat to this system can stand for election. If they do, they'll undermine them like they did with Sanders. As minor, I'm not saying Sanders was going to overthrow the system. Maybe a few minor reforms. He might have tweaked Obamacare a little bit. Like at the end of the day, what would he have been able to do? Obamacare would have been a little better. Maybe education would have been a little more affordable. That was too much. If you had a real threat to the system, that motherfucker's gonna be, mysterious suicide, self-deletion, I should say, or pass away, or the brakes are gonna fail. They're gonna Paul Wellstone them, man. That is reality. Anyone who lives to get elected who claims they're a threat to the system, they're not a threat to the system. They will not let anybody get to that position. It really is. So at that point, what are you prepared to do? That is the question of our times. Because Tim Dillon, in another clip, he said this. He's absolutely right. It's not about left versus right. It really isn't. It is about an unaccountable oligarchy that wants to pen you in like cattle on a factory farm, and people who want to preserve their freedoms and prerogatives. That's it. It's you versus satanic PDF files who rule you. What are you prepared to do?
I mean, I would say to that, when you look at what Hedges talks about versus, when he talks about oligarchs versus corporatists, there is a very meaningful difference in orientation there. Now, from a class perspective, yeah, you're talking about a consolidation of wealth in the hands of a very few. That is just the inevitable trajectory of capitalism, I think, obviously. But when you look at the difference between what he talks about as the sort of rentier oligarchs versus the corporatists, there's the biggest difference there is what he says about the corporatists rely on stability. They rely on stability because stability is the sort of infrastructure that supports their networks, right? They need to be able to network, right? They need a sort of baseline functionality throughout society, right? Because otherwise, their networking is useless. Whereas the oligarchs thrive on the complete opposite. They thrive on chaos. They thrive on collapse because once you just plunge the society into immiseration, at that point you just directly suck the money out of them. Toll booth capitalism. Oh, you want to heat your house? Pay me. You want to go this way? Pay me. Right? And so there is a difference in orientation there. I think for sure, especially in the short term, right? Where it is quite clear that under this sort of oligarchic rule, the goal is chaos. The goal is a sort of civil war. And I think that made itself extremely obvious in the wake of the Charlie Kirk murder, where you just saw how willing certain people were to seize on that and just pour as much gasoline on the fire as they possibly could, because that collapse is what allows them to just directly funnel the money right to them. They don't need Davos. They don't need the World Economic Forum. They don't need international bodies. They just take it directly from the people. It's much simpler. It's much simpler. It's like renting people a hotel room. And so I think that is the difference. And I think that difference is meaningful because that affects how you organize against it, right? That's why these protests in Minneapolis have been as relentless and as resilient as they have, because, I mean, there's an occupation in their city. And so they took to the streets, and popular will is on their side, and you're starting to see that manifest itself. Now, ultimately, the only way out of it is to just organize massive swaths of people for the things that we saw. We saw a general strike in Minnesota on January 30th. Now they're talking, now they let that kid
beyond Minnesota.
Yeah, and beyond Minnesota. But they had that general strike in Minnesota, and what did they do? They let the 5-year-old kid go, right? Ultimately, power, as one of the protesters said, power is ultimately with the people. You need majorities of people. You need huge swaths of people to rally around basic humanity is basically what it's about at the end of the day.
I mean, Hedges is right, and it's a great insight, but it's the ratchet effect. I mean, it's different tactics of moving everybody and corralling everybody and herding everybody into the same exact place. When the corporates come in, what they do is they take what the oligarchs built and they legitimize it. They stabilize it. They make it part of process. They make it part of the system. You really think the Democrats get in, they're going to dismantle ICE? They're saying right now they want to fund it for better training, right? And then they'll turn them against their enemies.
No, I didn't say they will dismantle it. I just said that the formation of power affects the formation of organizing.
They don't want to shoot people in the face because you're right. It creates too much chaos.
Right.
It creates too much disorder. Whereas, the oligarchs don't really care about that. But that's how you get this cycle that just keeps moving you in the same direction. The oligarchs take over, they create this chaos, but they erode constitutional rights in their total lack of interest in preserving institutions and process. But that makes things a lot better for the rich people who support all of the politicians. So then when the Democrats come in, they formalize what they did and normalize it and try to make it institutionally acceptable. They make it legal, right? That's where they live. That's where their libs live. No. It's fine because this is the law that we wrote, and we have oversight, and we have a committee that investigates. So now it's okay that they round up people in your neighborhood.
Well, that's just, big picture, it's all a function of the consolidation of wealth. I mean, that's really what it is. It's all a function of that.
Yep.
All right. Let's move right on along here. Kevin G says, I predict Melania documentary will become a cult hit with PDF files. Oh, there. What do we do here? Sorry. Why? Oh, is it? No, I'm not doing that. Why am I doing that? Here it is. Okay, sorry, Jake. I didn't mean that. Michael Tracy tweet, after 4 days of carefully researching the photos of the minors in the Epstein Files, 12-year-olds had the bodies of 15-year-olds. So that technically makes him an ephebophilia. Thank you. Monkey Rotary, you're wrong, Keaton. Pedos have something in common with Elon. Stoop sign, I think I got shadow banned from CAT congressional candidate. I volunteer Twitch chat because I was reading your show's Epstein Files. F Twitch. I'll die on the hill of free speech. Aradetsky, great coverage, DD. Small correction, Castro was in Epstein Files. Pic of him with Epstein and others from early 2000s. New York Times found.
Oh, you know what? You're right. You're right. And I covered that too. No, I did.
Oh.
No, actually, you're right. I remember that. Yes.
Okay, let's see here. Vianticus Prime, winning, achieving the desires of your oligarch rulers, destroying the liberties of every individual, except a sect, few of whom you'll never be before an opposing political team can. All right, go ahead. Take some super chats there.
I didn't know he was a fan. Ben Johnson. Hey, welcome. Why would Trump let this release? Did they not tell him what was in it? There's a lot of speculation on that. I got into that. We're not going to do the Israel segment tonight because we're running way late. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of speculation that this is a warning from Israel. Like, next come the videos. We don't know. That's pure speculation, but that's one possibility.
Well, apparently they did not do a very thorough job going over what they were releasing because they end up pulling back a lot of the stuff after they released it.
Right. Yes, they did.
So either that was part of the op or it was an error, which with this administration, who knows?
Yeah,
50-50.
the incompetence of this administration could be it. This is the one thing I will say so far up to this point. They have not been willing to directly defy legal orders. They'll go around it. They'll skirt it. They'll say the dog ate my homework. They're not willing to literally say, you've issued your order, now try to enforce it. They have not been willing to do that yet. So it could simply be that they felt like they had to comply with the order, but being incompetent crackpots, they didn't scrub it the way they might have. Tusker gifted 5 Due Dissidents memberships. Thank you, Tusker. I think that deserves at least a bell. Right. Thank you, Tusker. Sure. That was very nice of you. It's only because I blasted out a picture of me with the hammer and sickle and louse the other day. Swiftiest John. Minneapolis / Desolation Row. 5 syllables. Scan don't
syllables.
lie.
Scan don't lie.
Scan don't lie. What's that?
I don't know what scan don't lie means, but they're both 5 syllables. Yes.
Yeah. Chipmunk Dessous. ProPublica just revealed the names of the 2 Alex Preddy shooters. Did they? Border Patrol agent Jesus Ochoa and Customs and Border Protection Officer Raimundo Gutierrez. Wow, man. So that's some self-hating motherfuckers right there, man. AOB 52. Talk about turn on your own. Speaking of Bari, did you see the recent Onion headline? Bari Weiss claims ideological diversity begins and ends with her. LOL. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I thought Tim Dillon captured it very well. Yes, I believe in open debate between people in New York, Miami, and Tel Aviv. Gigawoke. We are moving from a service economy to a control economy. Yep. I got to say, man, one of the things that I like most here, and I don't want to idealize it too much, there's definitely a downside to it. America calls itself the home of the free. It is honestly, the least free place I have ever been in terms of your day-to-day way of life. And I'm not saying there are not less free places. I haven't been to conflict zones. I haven't been to like real dictatorships or authoritarian. I'm not saying every place else is. I'm saying of like developed, not failed states, which I've exclusively been to. Yeah, man. Like that whole, you got to bubble wrap everybody to protect them from doing anything that might get them hurt, or more to the point, might get us sued. That's just not in play anyplace else. Yeah. Here, you got 10-year-olds jumping on motorcycles, man, and freaking riding a motorcycle. I got that on video. That'll be one of my videos. I was like filming a kid. He was talking to me. He was very nice. And I noticed he's climbing on a motorcycle as I'm talking to him. I was like, you're going to ride that? He starts the motorcycle and goes. Now, do I find that coming from a society that is so obsessed with safetyism? Do I find it really refreshing to be in a place where a 10-year-old jumps on a motorcycle? Yeah, it's pretty cool. However, as you would expect, there are very high vehicular mortality rates in Southeast Asia, and that's why. That's the other side of that. Now, libertarians would argue that's worth it. I think there's a middle ground. I don't think you have to go to that extreme. I don't think 10-year-olds should be riding a motorcycle. It's not my country. It's not my business. But would I advocate in America? Yes. What we need is 10-year-olds riding motorcycles. No. But like when we were taking the boat up here, I was hanging out on the ledge, and I said, they'd never let you do this in America. I did that on the India video too, where I was hanging out. Why? Like, it's not like a high risk thing, what I was doing. And I was saying this to a British guy, and he was like, well, what about if people wanted to jump on the, climb on the roof? I said, no, like, that's where I'm not a libertarian. Like, yeah, I think there's a limit, but in America, it's to the point you can't do anything. You can't do anything. You want to talk about something no risk? I had that in the India video too. They just crash out on the floor when they're waiting for the train. You can't do that. Why can't you do that?
Right.
Like, why can't you lay down and go to sleep? Like, everything is so constricted in America. And any place else I've ever been was not like that. I know, like Italy, if you're trying to get things done with the government, there's bad bureaucracy with paperwork and stuff. Yeah, but I'm talking like day-to-day living. It's not like that. It's just not as repressive.
Right. All right. Now we got one more segment.
All right. Okay. Final segment of the evening. Of your evening.
Yes.
Why don't you take a couple? I just want to clear a couple things out of here.
All right. Let me take. Here, let me do. Here, you know what? Let me do an ad read actually, because it is Sunday night, which means Monday is the release of the new episode of The Grifter's Bible. It's a mind-bending novel by El Shaboons, and it's a free weekly series on YouTube with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. Follow the First Electric Church of Jesus Christ as they combine the bleeding edge of black patents in neuroscience with the state-of-the-art in Michigas to beat the Great Recession. They sell visions of God to the huddled masses of Deep Ellum, Texas, and the money pours in until the local competition, the police, and the U.S. Navy decide to put a stop to it. There's ass whoopings, car chases, and a showdown at high noon on Good Friday in Dodge City. Sci-fi noir, a picaresque thriller, and a western from 10 minutes in the future. It's The Grifter's Bible, a film series by El Shaboons with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. New episodes are posted every Monday at youtube.com/@ElShaboons. Tomorrow is Monday, so go and check out the new episode when it drops. All righty.
Okay. So, as you might have heard, our illustrious First Lady is the subject of a documentary, and this has inspired a lot of memes. And you know what, man? I feel like sometimes here on Due Dissidence, we like to keep it light. We don't like to, editorialize, but I'm really upset about this. A lot of people are coming at Melania because of her career as a sex worker. You have here poor Baron looking at her on a GQ cover saying, wow, mom was a whore. Then you have this. This is an actual picture of Melania on a boat here. Was that Epstein's boat that was taken on? Horny old men's idea of a first lady. Yeah. And then you got this Vanity Fair. I fucked Jeffrey Epstein while I was a sex worker on a tourist visa. Awful, just awful, just awful. Middle-aged riot here. To maintain a PG rating, the new Melania Trump film was edited to remove scenes showing how she got her Einstein visa. Just awful, just awful. Okay, man. I'm going to educate you guys. I'm going to educate you savages. I'm sure you thought that was really funny. Melania Trump is not the first sex worker to achieve such heights in politics, right? This is awful. You see this? You see what they did with the logo? This is terrible. You might have heard of someone called Empress Theodora, maybe. Empress Theodora, pictured here. 6th century empress of the Byzantine Empire. You know what she was? A sex worker. She was a sex worker, and according to all accounts, a particularly lascivious one, very much like accounts of Melania banging Jeffrey Epstein, who supposedly actually passed her off to Donald Trump. According to accounts, Donald Trump kind of liked the taste of Jeff's dick down there, so that drew him right in, and happily married forever after. You know what we owe in part to the Empress Theodora? The Hagia Sophia, one of the greatest architectural achievements in the history of humanity. So I don't want to hear any more of these Melania was a whore jokes. I mean, yes, she was a whore, given who she's married to. You could argue she's still on the clock, but that does not mean she could not achieve great things like the Empress Theodora. Okay, so I'm sorry. I just had to get that off my chest. Getting very upset about some of what I'm seeing. So Donald Trump promoting his former sex worker, now turned wife, documentary. Countdown. 7 days until the world will witness an unforgettable behind-the-scenes look at one of the most important events of our time. Melania, 20 days to history. History making, I tells you. Melania, the movie, is a must-watch. Get your tickets today. Selling out fast. Yep, they are lining up. They are lining up for this one. And she tweets out, Melania, the film, #1 highest opening in 10 years. Doc, loved by all. A cinema score. I don't know where a cinema score came from. Honestly, it seems so random. I didn't really research it. I don't see how that could possibly have gotten an A. Or what's the process? Like, how does cinema score? Like, how does that happen?
I have no idea.
Who scores it?
It was reviewed by very few critics.
I mean,
yeah,
we've got some of those.
Yeah.
Okay, so how is that sold out movie doing? Melania documentary struggles to sell UK cinema tickets despite Trump's sold out claims. Quote, only one ticket sold for premiere of film about U.S. First Lady at View's flagship London branch as insiders question launch strategy. And this has kind of blown up quite a lot. A lot of people are sharing their local theaters' seating charts. Kristen Capps, 14 tickets sold for Melania across 5-day opening weekend at Alamo Crystal City. Ken Critchlow, Melania opens to underwhelming reception. Precisely 12 people had shown up to watch Melania at an AMC theater near Times Square, at least one of whom were journalists reviewing the movie. Only a handful of people were watching Melania for non-work reasons. T-Dot resident breaking. Someone actually bought 2 tickets to Melania at the Scotiabank theaters in Toronto. Unfortunately, we don't have any figures from South Africa because South Africa pulled the movie. According to the New York Times, Melania, scheduled to open worldwide on Friday, and already a highly contentious film, has been pulled from theaters in the country by the local distributor, which said, based on recent developments, we've taken the decision to not go ahead with the theatrical release in territory. Recent developments, presumably being Donald Trump starting a trade war over a fake white genocide.
Oh, I thought it was based on the fact that the only people who would have paid to see this here are the 59 Afrikaners that got shipped to America. There's really no demand for it in South Africa.
Yeah, the core audience is not even there anymore. Vanity Fair, Amazon's Melania ad strategy backfires in LA. The city of Los Angeles has rerouted buses that advertise Melania after vandals defaced movie posters and billboards promoting the controversial documentary. Sunday Girl, the opening of Melania seems to be going well. And here's a couple of the images. The poster there, defaced with the legend, "My husband blanks kids," and another one, Melania crossed out Ava Braun with a little black mustache under her lip. I didn't know they'd reroute your bus because they vandalized a poster. I mean, they must have gotten threatened with ICE or something. I've never heard of that. Like, why would you reroute the bus?
Right.
Like, what are you going to do? This is from Out. Not a single ticket sold. Melania Trump's documentary is already a laughing stock online. Amazon paid $40 million for the rights to Melania and spent another $35 million on marketing, including a coveted commercial spot in the NFL playoffs, which is 10 times what other high-profile documentaries have spent on promotion. This has Hollywood questioning the motives behind Amazon's acquisition, you'd think, and the hefty price tag. This has to be the most, quote, this has to be the most expensive documentary ever made that didn't involve music licensing. Well, it did involve some licensing, as we'll see. Ted Hope, who worked at Amazon from 2015 to 2020 and was instrumental in starting the company's film division, told the New York Times, quote, "How can it not be equated with currying favor or an outright bribe? How can that not be the case?" Unlike with the typical promotion of a new film, Amazon didn't release advanced screeners of the film to journalists and reviewers, and all scheduled Thursday screenings in theaters were canceled, according to NPR. The documentary can't even fill seats at the movie theater closest to Mar-a-Lago, where only 13% of seats were sold for the opening weekend. The film has sparked controversy not only for focusing on the MAGA First Lady, but because it was helmed by disgraced director Brett Ratner, who was once considered to be a highly bankable filmmaker before 6 women came forward to accuse him of sexual misconduct, including actresses Olivia Munn, who alleged he had furiously masturbated in front of her, and Natasha Henstridge, who claimed he physically forced her to perform oral sex. She's also been accused by Elliot Page. She originally anonymously named somebody who harassed her, now has revealed that was Brett Ratner. But hey, man, here's Apple CEO Tim Cook posing with accused sexual predator Brett Ratner at a screening of his Melania doc at the White House. Olivia Munn, one of Ratner's alleged victims, stars in the Apple TV Plus series, Your Friends and Neighbors. Well, I guess you won't be going to the upfronts this year, huh?
Yeah.
That's a little awkward when your boss hangs out with your assaulter there at the premiere. So this is something, that a lot of people have pointed out about the pink washing from these corporations, where they like to pretend to take up social causes, where companies like Apple will tweet out the rainbow flag during Pride Month. They don't give a fuck, man. Believe all what they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. These people are psychopaths, man. Tim Cook thinks it's to his advantage to kiss Trump's ring by showing up to this premiere of this propaganda piece directed by this disgraced filmmaker. And he'll not only show up, he'll take a picture with the guy, right? None of these people have any morals. It's not left, it's not right. It's ruling class versus you. Now, the reviews for this movie have been so savage that they're a story in and of themselves. Kicking off your movie with a 1-2 punch of needle-dropping Gimme Shelter by the Rolling Stones and Billie Jean by Michael Jackson means you're probably one of three things: Martin Scorsese, Baz Luhrmann, or an idiot. Brett Ratner, accused sex pest and filmmaker behind the Rush Hour trilogy, is not either of the first two. That's Jesse Hassinger from Decider. To say Melania is a hagiography would be an insult to hagiographies. This is a film that fawns so lavishly over its subject that you feel downright unpatriotic not gushing over it. Fittingly, it was directed by Brett Ratner, whose feature film career was derailed in 2017 after numerous sexual assault allegations that he has denied. But like many unsavory people associated with Donald Trump, he's apparently received a pardon. Yes, all these people receive pardons. How they get it? Oh, that's how you get the pardon. That's how you get the pardon. Here's Brett Ratner posed with Netanyahu, his demonic wife, and Alan Dershowitz. This 2023, Brett Ratner was invited by Netanyahu to be his special guest at the United Nations, and Ratner himself shared this out. Very proud of it. Now, let me ask you something. I know our audience is very smart. You're going to get this right away. What country do you think he would go to where being a sexual predator is not going to be an obstacle to citizenship? There's Dershowitz, his friend here. Statutory rape is an outdated concept. Immigrates to Israel. Weeks after being Netanyahu's guest at UN address, Rush Hour director seeking comeback from sexual misconduct allegations shows off the passbook Israel issues to new immigrants. He tweeted that out. He was so proud of it. So, yeah, man, you want to come back from that kind of crime. It's very easy, man. You cozy up to these people. Alan Dershowitz, no, I'm sure Virginia Giuffre is the one who's an unreliable narrator, not Alan Dershowitz, who wrote a whole ass article about how the age of consent should be lowered to 14, right? We should have brought this up with Michael Tracy. I'm curious what he would have said about this. So, do you agree with that thesis? That would have been a great moment. So yeah, no, he's got the dual citizenship there. Now, you know what? They're making Rush Hour 4, a movie I don't think anybody's asking for except for Donald Trump. Donald Trump truthed out that he wanted Rush Hour 4. Jeff Bezos, no problem. We lit $1 billion on fire with this Lord of the Rings atrocity. What's another few $100 million for a sequel nobody wants? But I think The Guardian had the best take on this. Trump film is a gilded trash remake of The Zone of Interest. Now, for those of you who have not seen it, The Zone of Interest is great. It basically, it's a great essay in the banality of evil. It's based on a real concentration camp commandant and his family. And they literally lived right on the other side of the wall with their house and their vegetable garden, living this very bourgeois life. And occasionally you hear screaming on the other side of the barbed wire, which they're completely undisturbed by. No doubt there is a great documentary to be made about Melania Naus, the ambitious model, sex worker. I'll insert that for him, from out of Slovenia, who married a New York real estate mogul and then found herself cast in the role of a latter-day Ava Braun. But the horrific Melania emphatically isn't it. It's one of those rare unicorn films that doesn't have a single redeeming quality. I'm not even sure it qualifies as a documentary exactly, so much as an elaborate piece of designer taxidermy, horribly overpriced and ice cold to the touch, and proffered like a medieval tribute to placate the greedy king on his throne. That's a good piece of writing. Ratner's film plays like a gilded trash remake of Jonathan Glazer's The Zone of Interest, in which a button-eyed Cinderella points at gold baubles and designer dresses, cunningly distracting us, while her husband and his cronies prepare to dismantle the Constitution and asset strip the federal government. Quote, white and gold, that's so you, purrs one of her lick spittles as she busies herself with the color scheme for the ball, and the incoming first lady allows that, yes, indeed, this is true. It sounds so horrible. I'm going to have to see it. Like when it drops on Amazon, I'm going to have to subject myself to this. Best review ever, though, maybe Variety won. If they showed this film on a plane, people would still walk out. Okay, so this is crazy, man. So the critic score is 11%, and the audience score is 99%. 99%. Now, how does that happen? Now, any of you who are into kind of a little bit nerd culture and you follow these things, you know that Rotten Tomatoes audience scores are rigged now. Like they have bot armies that rig the scores. It's very obvious. There's absolutely no way you have a 99% positive rating of this movie. And Matt Shea blasted that out. The verified Rotten Tomatoes audience reviews for the Melania doc all come from new accounts that have never posted before, who's paying for these bots. And what you'll see when they do like a bot swarm like that, they all say very similar things. Like you'll see like certain things like, yes, and the costumes are great. Things that like normal people don't say. And it'll be again and again and again and again and again and again and again. So I took a look at this and yeah, that's bots. Now this drops, of course, right at the same time as the Epstein file dump, the most recent one. And who's in them? There he is. There's the director. There's Brett Ratner with Jeffrey and two redacted girls who, you don't see the face, but the girl looks pretty young based on her physiognomy. And here's Jean-Luc Brunel, who also committed suicide after falling under allegations of having supplied some of the girls from his modeling agency and funneled them to Epstein. There he is, hanging out again with some girls, with Jeff. I think that's Jeff back there, with Ratner. Isn't it funny that the people who are supposed to represent family values and conservatism are the main platform for rehabilitating sex criminals and perverts? Isn't that weird that that's where you go to get your career back, right? That's where you go. That should be the last place you go, right? Isn't that weird? Because let's get real. These guys would have a much harder time getting rehabilitated by the libs. They're too invested in feminism. And, I'm not saying they're moral people, but their whole ideology, it just doesn't work. The way they're able to make this work for them is to claim they're the victims of the woke mob, right? They're victims of the woke mob. But does it look like he's the victim of a woke mob? Does it look like he's a victim? As long as you toe their line, they'll rehabilitate you, man. That's all it takes. They'll rehabilitate you. I have people, because Woody Allen went on this tour with these conservative outlets, I have people every time I bring this up saying, he never lived with Sun Yi. Sun Yi was never his daughter. Sun Yi was the adopted daughter of me. He was fucking with her mother when she was a child. He was there as she grew up. And what, you think he didn't do anything before she was 18? As soon as she's 18, he comes, what? It started on her 18th birthday? What do you think was going on there? But hey, Bari Weiss there, rehabilitating Woody Allen. I'm not even getting into the Ronan Farrow allegations. I'm not even getting into that. Just the fact, incontrovertibly, he married a girl that he partly raised. The Eggman. Where does the Eggman go? The Eggman was all talking about Israel, Palestine. He was talking about that years ago. He was talking about that. He was promoting boycotts 10 years ago. This guy. Not anymore. Who will embrace him? Zionists and conservatives, man. It's pretty funny, conservative values. That's the main home of sex criminals. That's where they go to get their careers. Pretty strange. But here, twist ending, man. Twist ending. Melania heads for $8 million opening, the best showing in a decade for a doc. Now, okay, you have to take that with a little bit of a grain of salt because, like, Fahrenheit 9/11, which is still like the best grossing movie of all time, opened to much bigger numbers, needless to say. And actually, it's hard to say how they're grading this because Taylor Swift's recent documentary, of course, blew this out of the water. So I don't know how exactly they're making that distinction. But okay. The pick is galvanizing conservatives in the South and South Central part of the country, and specifically older females over the age of 55 who made up 72% of the opening day audience. And a stunning 78% of all ticket buyers were 55 and older. I understand that Shiloh Hendricks and her female cousins alone account for 65% of that number. Melania is clearly benefiting by promotion from the bully pulpit as the president entreats his followers to see the film, while grassroots marketing campaigns from conservative groups are expected to send moviegoers to theaters in red-leaning states and top markets such as Orange County in California. Well, one person's very happy about this, Elon Musk. Congratulations to the FLOPS. He's very excited about that. Now, look. So clearly, what's happening? If you look at these seating charts and these stories of only one ticket sold all over the country, what's happening is you've got a few deep red and middle-aged districts that actually are going to go to see this movie because Donald Trump or affiliated organizations told them to. And everybody else in every other market is not going to go see this movie. But because it's a documentary and not a superhero movie, $8 million is enough to claim victory, right? Just off the backs of those people. Now, there's a bit of a side note, but I would be remiss if I didn't point it out. Now, I watch a lot of these kind of pop culture nerd channels. It's a little break from more serious things like this. And, channels like Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker, the two top in that category, they spend a lot of time deconstructing what's wrong with Hollywood. And very often their stuff is pretty on point, right? There's Gary, Hollywood is Cooked. That's his most recent thing. And yeah, man, I mean, a lot of that is true. And they, it's not like they don't get into how badly they're being run or how these corporations are coming in or, just stupid decisions and making things that nobody wants to watch. So that was his. Here's Critical Drinker, the beginning of the end, talking about the Warner Brothers Netflix deal and all that. So they do these, macro Hollywood things. And they really, a specialty of the brand of all these channels is schadenfreude at movies that should never have been made, that crash and burn. Critical Drinker's got a whole series called Crash and Burn. So this should be right in their wheelhouse, right? You have Jeff Bezos spend $75 million essentially to bribe the president, making what by all accounts is an awful documentary by a director who was never a very good director. He kind of fell ass backwards into an action series that made him very bankable, but he was never, one of your greats. Doing this documentary basically as a way to try to get some kind of career going. The only career left open to him as a, half bright Lenny Riefenstahl for the crackpot Fuhrer there. You would think they'd be all over that, right? They should be all over that. Nah. Everyone hates Starfleet Academy. It gets worse. Starfleet Academy is awful. Star Trek is dead. Kathleen Kennedy quits after destroying Star Wars. Not a word about this. Not a word about this. What about Critical Drinker? Same, almost the same exact subjects. Starfleet Academy sucks and we're to blame. Oh, the Mary Sue wrote an article. Let me juice 1 million views out of that from basement dwelling freaks. Crash and Burn, the Kathleen Kennedy story. Starfleet Academy. This show is pure torture. They won't touch this. And what's really funny about that is diminishing returns, man. Like increasingly that plays as a Gen X and older millennial fixation, right? Because you're right. They fucked up these franchises and the kids didn't watch it because they weren't very good, the versions they were making when they were growing up. So now nobody younger than that really cares about these things. So you would think you'd want to be more current.
right? You'd want to jump on something that's not in this dying category that increasingly is only old men care about. No, not a word about it, man. It reminds me of Bill Maher. I think it was Liz Smith that he was interviewing years ago. And Bill Maher said, well, you know, gossip, people think they're getting the gossip, but they're not really getting the gossip. And she was like, what do you mean? He says, well, everyone knows who's gay, right? Everyone knows who's gay in Hollywood, but there's things you don't report because you'll lose your access to Hollywood. So people think they're getting the gossip. They're not really getting the gossip. That's what these channels are, man. Like, they're giving you a very curated version of what's wrong with the cultural production industry, but they won't cover this. So you're not really you think you're getting the lowdown on the ins and outs, but you're really not.
Yeah. I mean, Brett Ratner, to say he's a bankable filmmaker, his filmography is Money Talks, Rush Hour, The Family Man, Rush Hour 2, Red Dragon, After the Sunset, X-Men The Last Stand, Rush Hour 3, Tower Heist, and then Hercules, and then he was canceled. So he's not a talented filmmaker. He makes generic schlock.
Right.
That any person of any average ability as a director could make.
That's what I'm saying.
Always struck me as very strange that he even had the kind of career he had, because when he was working, he was kind of a name for some very weird reason. Like, he wasn't a famous director.
It was. Let me just interject real quickly. I read the whole LA Times breakdown of this. Apparently he's a world-class schmoozer. That's a big part of it, and his schmoozing is heavily tied to Zionist causes and people.
Well, that's what I mean. The fact that the fact that
always was before he was disgraced.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he went to Netanyahu because he was disgraced. The fact that he had a career is a function of the fact that he swam in those circles. Obviously, because it was so weird growing up as someone who followed movies around that time very closely. His name would come up, and you'd always ask why. This guy has no particular skill set whatsoever. And now, when they interview him, like, he sounds like Howard Lutnick now. He really sounds like like an old Jew guy now. He really is that personality type. And I mean, first of all, the $8 billion number, I would be shocked if there were not, allies of the president.
I saw it revised down to 7. I think it's down to 7.
Well, I'd be shocked if there weren't allies of the president buying up seats to make it look like this did a lot better than it did. I think that's absolutely has happened, because there are theaters that are canceling screenings because, like, literally nobody's showing up.
That is definitely a possibility. It's been done with less charged movies where they're just trying to save face. It's pretty good evidence that Disney has done that with certain movies. So but there's a pretty good chance.
And the $40 million budget, just bribery in broad daylight, as we knew. We knew that at the beginning of the year, that they had put this film together from a pre-production standpoint with this massive budget. And when the trailer came out, I noticed it does look like a feature film. I mean, they definitely spent the money, but why did they spend the money? To make her look as prestigious as possible. I mean, it's all quite gross. All right. Mark Puglisi says, Russ, they use any excuse to say no, you can't for safety's sake, but the chance to make you take no for an answer. Vientica says, look up a woman named Sao. I think she was a Chinese sex worker who built a pirate empire. I think the FIFA movie did better than this. Thank you. Thutmose Cell, ABC News, Epstein victim's lawyer asked court to order DOJ to take down Epstein Files website. Interesting. They say you can't turn a whore into a housewife, but you can make them first lady. Rumor has it Melania is actually #1 in Guantanamo. That's right. Yes. Good one, Raven Laz. All right. Let's take some super chats, and then we will go over to the Q&A.
Race car for creating Born to Run. Bruce can shepherd me into the DNC any day. Man, that song is great. I agree. I think that's one of the great anthems. Swiftiest John, RFK Jr. selling butt grease made of bear fat. Louise Brooks, I'm 58. I will not be seeing Melania. Gah!
There you
go. You have good taste.
Wasim Garani. There you go. Ratner, Chris Tucker connection. Yeah. Big club and you ain't in it, baby.
Big club and you ain't in it. Well, one club you can join is the Q&A club. That's coming up in just 5 minutes. DueDissidents.com.
Entry is like in the
Yeah.
toilet.
Yeah, exactly. DueDissidents.com/Rumble. Want to thank everybody for sticking with us tonight. Appreciate you all very much. Thanks to Jake in the booth. Thanks to the YouTubers and the Rumblers and the mods for keeping the peace in the chat. If you're hanging out with the Q&A, for the Q&A, we'll see you in 5 minutes. Otherwise, we'll see you Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern with special guest Rokana. Looking forward to that. Thanks, everybody, very much for being here tonight. Until we see you again, be safe and be well.
Whoops. Sorry, guys. Courage!
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate